For the first time in its illustrious history, the Rotax Grand Festival comes to British shores as the build-up to the biggest party in world karting, the Rotax Grand Finals, intensifies. 90 drivers will descend on UK karting's Jewel of the North, the uniquely challenging Warden Law circuit, with dreams of securing one of the final 5 places on Team UK at next month's finals in Sarno. In Micromax, look for the likes of Alfie May, Dean Pahal and the Pharaoh brothers to lead the fight to join British champion Luke Millwood and runner-up Austin Oman on the plane to Italy. Team UK are the defending Micromax Grand Finals champions, so the pressure is on. New British Minimax title holder Albie Friend has already qualified for Sarno, as have his rivals Emerson McAndrew-Uren, Oliver Spencer and Harry Taylor. It'll be interesting to see if reigning Micromax Grand Final champion Jensen Chalk can beat the likes of Edward Haynes for the remaining ticket. 2 tickets are available in Junior Rotax. Lewis Goff and reigning Minimax Grand Finals champion Rory Armstrong have booked their places already in 2024. For the last tickets, the rest of the field have to battle past 2022 Grand Final champion Scott Marsh and double British champion Cole Denham, who both start as favourites. Whoever emerges victorious in Senior Rotax gets the honour of being Team UK's sole representative in Rotax's Ultimate class, DD2. Kai Hunter will be tough to beat on his home circuit, but with Archie Walker and the returning Louis Westover all champing at the bit, nothing is certain. And that's before we mention the arrival of junior champion Harry Bartle and runner-up William Antrobus on the scene. As always, you can watch all the action of the 2024 Rotax Grand Festival along all Alpha Live and the Karting UK network of channels. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Jewel of the North, Warden Law Karting North East at Sunderland, and the finals day of the 2024 Rotax Grand Festival. My name is Henry Baudet. Joining me is Andrew Mather, as always. And Andrew, today is the day we hand out the final 5 tickets available in the UK for the 2024 Rotax Grand Finals. And what a facility we have to hand them out at.
Absolutely, this Karting North East facility that's ever-changing, ever-improving. The circuit for the drivers today, 1.2 kilometres in length, 12 turns for the drivers to negotiate on what's going to be a long day in terms of the races. We're going to have the start with the superheats and then the finals later on. They're long races today for the drivers to negotiate their way through. And from the racing that we saw yesterday, Henry, through the 3 rounds of heat, it's going to be fierce out there.
It is indeed. Of course, it's cloudy, cool and breezy today, like it was yesterday, but as you look at the weather forecast, we may even get a little appearance of some northern sunshine in the race today, in the event today. Now, we have 8 races to bring you, but they are 8 long races, but also because this is the Grand Festival, we also have a driver parade, the walkouts as well, but it's not just you and myself, Andrew, commentating on the action. Of course, we have the 3rd member of our broadcast team who will be catching up on all the action of the drivers down the pits, Nicole Sutherland. Take it away.
Thank you, boys. Here we are then, trackside at day 3 of the 2024 Rotax Grand Festival. Absolutely action-packed day yesterday. I'd say my current highlight of the weekend is watching Oliver Spencer in the Minimax category, driving from 26th to 5th in just 10 minutes. As an ex-driver, I'd say these are some fantastic conditions for our races and for the Rotax engines. Nice and cool, nice and grippy, nice and dry. Absolutely ideal for all situations. So excited to see who is going to grab those Grand Finals tickets later on today in our finals. It's definitely the question on everybody's minds. Before we head into that though, we're going to catch up with one of our junior Rotax drivers to find out how you conquer a lap of this circuit. Junior Rotax driver Joshua Smith talks us through a quick lap of Warden Law. Joshua, tell us about it.
Head down the straight, making the car as fast as possible, using all the entry, holding the brake around the corner, getting back on the throttle, using all the curb through the second corner, using all the runoff as well, keeping it as tight as possible over the exit curb, letting the kart run through here as wide as possible, keeping head down over the bump, keep it tighter than most, holding the brake, keeping it tight, using the curb of this part, letting it run as well, over the curb of the chicane, keeping it tight, letting it run again, keeping it tight through here, using all the track, let it open up into gasworks, keep it tight, use all the track on exit, making sure not to hit the bump, keep it tight through the left, over the curb if possible, and keep it open up the right and using all the track, head down, and that's a lap.
Thank you, Josh.
Well, there you go. That is one lap in a junior Rotax with driver Joshua Smith. But as you look at the wonderful rolling gorse-covered hills here in the northeast of England that surround this fine circuit, what are the drivers fighting for? For those of you who knew just what is the Grand Finals, here is a taste. Nation versus nation, 400 champions from around the world, all racing not for a team or a manufacturer, but for their country, all under one 400 driver tent. It is an experience, a sight like no other.
Absolutely. Really looking forward to see who is going to be going through, of course, today. 5 tickets available for the drivers across the categories. I've got just under 90 drivers competing across Micromax, Minimax, Junior Max and Senior Max. The drivers will run, the classes will run in that order. We're mere moments away from the start of the first superheat. So a little bit of housekeeping. All of the points from yesterday's 3 rounds of heats in each category, they are carried over. They set the grid for these superheats. The crucial bit, Henry, though, these superheats are double points. They can have a big, big impact on where a driver starts for the final.
Yes, indeed. A different format, a format that has been welcomed by the competitors, I have to say.
Yeah, 12 minutes plus 1 lap will be the agenda for everyone out there. 11 o'clock we go for Micromax, 11:20 for Minimax, 11:40 for juniors, and then 12 o'clock for seniors. We'll also have the Drivers' Parade. We should also mention as well, we're talking about the tickets. We've got the E-plates on offer here today.
Motorsport UK E-plates for all classes. And also a big hello to everybody on the live chat. Hello to Motorsport Magpie, who's been in early. Hello to James Fitzhugh. He's actually here. He's next to us. Producer James. So Producer James is providing you with the pictures, and the camera crew out on the circuit, including Amos, who is a Formula One cameraman. That's excellent. There is Austin Oman. And the engines on the grids are fired. Let's go racing here at the Grand Festival.
Fourteen drivers set to go racing here at Warden Law. Let's have a look at how they line up. Austin Oman and Joss Hushka, former Penall Sam Pollitt Racing, row 1. Arthur Farrow and Luke Millward, the new British champion crowned 2 weeks ago, start on row 2. Lucian Smith has not qualified for Grand Finals so far, goes from row 3, and this one is joined by Dean Pahal. Albert Farrow and Maximilian Eberhardt go from row 4.
On row number 5, we have Alfie Mayer and Dax Farah. Row 6 is Harris Barber and Sebastian Crawford. Row 7, ring up the rear, Benedictus Masiokas and privateer driver Carter Jackson. Hello to people watching in Australia, to Michael Burke from Bathurst. Hello to Henry Moore Racing, to Isaac Barker and others watching around the world. A quick update on who has already qualified. Austin Oman and Luke Millward already have their tickets. So effectively, the drivers are looking to be the next best to them. As we go racing, the lights are out to the start of the superheat into turn number 1, Brian's Bend. And everyone through cleanly with the number 10 kart of Joss Hushka leading that Sam Pollock Racing 1-2 into the dog leg and then down towards St John's Bend. Out of St John's Bend, you see the undulations here into the Senna S's, but into third position, Lucian Smith trying his best to break the Sam Pollock Racing stranglehold on the front as we go through the Dunlop chicane, out onto the back straight and towards Gasworks to complete lap number 1.
Tremendous start for Dax Farrow. You can see Dax in the purple and yellow helmet there was already up to fourth place from the 5th row of the grid. Down the inside goes Oman for the lead of the race. Takes it away from his teammate. Lucian Smith has been in great form the last couple of months, really kicked into gear at the British Kart Championships round at Kimbolton earlier on in the summer. He's up there in second place at the end of the first lap. Oman leads, Smith second, Hushka third, Arthur Farrow in fourth. There's not so good news for his brother Albert Farrow. A +3 second penalty already, Henry. That would indicate to me that that's an infringement at the very start of the race.
2 wheels outside the tram lines. You can see on the start-finish straight, known as Conrod Straight, which I'm sure will be music to Michael Burke's ears on the live chat, that if you have 2 wheels outside those 2 tram lines at the start of the race, it's a 3-second penalty, or 4 wheels outside the tram lines, it is a 5-second penalty. They're coming into Gasworks hairpin, and we are getting word that there are some spots of rain in the air. We've got a new leader. It's the KR Sport number 7 of Lucian Smith. And Lucian Smith's, the easiest way for Lucian to sort of get through any confusion over who is qualifying for the grand final is to simply win the race. But we've got a 2-4-6 kart battle at the front. Smith, Oman, Hushka, Albert, Arthur Farrow, Dean Pahal and Maximilian Abrahart. Oh, and at the back there, that was Pahal and Farrow having a little dust up there, but they both continue.
And this is where a superheat can be very, very good for a driver to take the opportunities. That move by Lucian Smith yesterday would have been a 2-point benefit. He had a 3-point deficit to Josh Hushka before it. Today, because it's a superheat, it's 4. So that move has put Lucian Smith back ahead of Hushka in the final intermediate classification as things stand. No one has a little look down the inside into Gasworks, but thinks better of it. Got to be patient in this race. There's still 9.5 minutes of it to go. Round to complete the 3rd lap. Lucian Smith is your race leader. Dean Pahal starting to come through. He's up to 4th, but here goes Oman down the inside. Takes the race lead.
You're wondering maybe why some of the drivers that you're used to watching in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship are running with different numbers. Well, that championship finished, and drivers who finished in the top 10 in their class are allowed to use the national seeding rankings. So Austin Oman running kart number 2, Lucian Smith running kart number 7. We've got the number 1 plate kart. In fact, we've got of the top 10 in the United Kingdom this year, we have 4, 5, 6, 7 of them in this race, and 2 of them just very, very, very close at Gasworks hairpin. They come into the horseshoe, and here is the number 23 Richardson Chassis Engineering kart of Dean Pahal, Coventry's Dean Pahal, into 3rd position. He qualified last on Saturday morning, raced his way up to 6th in the intermediate classification, and this position would put him 4th in the points.
It'll be a nice place to start for Dean Pahal. Lost a couple of the fast laps in time qualifying, because once again, like we see in the British Championships, it's the average of the best 3 laps in time qualifying. And remember, those time qualifying results do decide any tiebreakers in the final intermediate classification, so we'll keep an eye on that. Still in the first half of this one, and as we've seen throughout the course of 2024's Micromax racing here in the UK, it's very close up at the front. Any of these drivers could take race victory at this point. Looking a little bit further down the order, Alfie Mayer's making progress. He's up 2 places from where Alfie started. That's now into P7, and Benedict Asmasiokas, who had bad luck yesterday, is also up to 11th. Change of lead. Austin Oman down the inside, once again into Brian's Bend, has got the advantage over Lucian Smith.
And I'm looking at the lap times, purple sectors all round. Dean Pahal 55.14 seconds, so those spots of rain that we had reports of as Lucian Smith has another little nibble at Austin Oman. That runs him a little bit wide coming out of the centre S. He signals to Dian Pahal as they go through the Dunlop chicane that he wants Dian to push him up to the front, because you can't let Austin Oman get away. But Dian Pahal, he's got a different tactic on his mind. Wheel to wheel, up at Gasworks. Brave move there. Lucian Smith has to run a little bit wide, but that was a good move there from Dian Pahal and Maximilian Abrahart, the privateer driver with a Travis Perkins sponsorship. Now, there is a prize for the leading privateer in Micromax and Minimax. Jag Rotax, the UK's Rotax distributor, have put up a short Rotax engine for the best privateer in Micromax and Minimax. In Micromax, that is a head-to-head fight between the number 3 plate kart of Maximilian Abrahart and the number 77 of Carter Jackson, who is running in 13th at the moment. But still, with 5.5 minutes to go, Dian Pahal launches over the curb there, and somebody off in the background, I think that could have been Arthur Farrow, who vaulted over the curb. Pahal's had another nibble at Lucian Smith, and that didn't work.
No, it didn't work at all. It's allowed Maximilian Abrahart up into second place. Josh Huschke also there in third. It could be another good result here for Sam Pollitt Racing. They may have just missed out on the British Championship 2 weeks ago at Wilton Mill, but they are up for the fight here at the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival for 2024. Just over 5 minutes remaining in this superheat. What can Abrahart and Huschke do about the now 2-second lead for Austin Oman? I've been really impressed with Austin this weekend so far. Henry, understandably so disappointed to miss out on that number 1 plate by the tightest of margins.
Yep.
You know, a 5-second front fairing penalty was the difference between being champion and runner-up, but he's really picked himself up this weekend and has looked like the driver to beat.
Well, if you look back at, somebody's carried a lot of grass onto the circuit coming into Gasworks hairpin. Austin Oman, I spoke to Austin, and he knew he had that nose-go penalty. Somebody spun in front of him on the first lap of the race. So he drove that entire race knowing that he had probably lost the British Championship. Did it let him did he get down about it?
No.
And then panic and overdrive and get frustrated? No, he dug in and just thought, I'm going to, we'll see what happens. At the end of that race, he was obviously extremely disappointed, but he is going to Sarno, and that sort of level of maturity and that level of confidence will stand him in good stead when he gets to Sarno, when everyone's on equal equipment and it's champions from across the world. It's easy to forget that these Micromax drivers, 8, 9, 10 years old at the maximum, and yet here we are. There are thousands of people watching from all around the world, and yet they soak up the pressure a lot better than some of the parents, I have to say. Austin Oman, 2.3 seconds up the road, still 3 minutes to go. We're watching the battle for second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and even eighth position. Well, no, seventh position. Alfie May for Strawberry Racing has now joined the back of this group. Arthur Farrow, Albert Farrow is eighth. Then it is Masiokas ninth, Barber 10th, Arthur Farrow, older brother Arthur Farrow is down in 11th, then Sebastian Crawford, Dax Farah and Carter Jackson. The entire field separated by 10 seconds after 10 laps of racing, which is very good.
Very good indeed. Bit of news from race control as Huschke goes down the inside of Abrahart. This is for second place. Abrahart's going to try and go back round the outside. Lovely stuff from Maximilian Abrahart. Lucian Smith's back down the inside. Huschke gets out and loses a bit of grip, spins and will fall down to around 9th, maybe 10th place as through goes Arthur Farrow. Real shame there for Josh Huschke, and that's going to drop him in the intermediate classification as well, probably down to around 4th.
Yes, and I think what happened, he was trying to make a move on the outside of the horseshoe, then that put him offline going into Paddock Bend. The circuit's a little bit slippery there. It's not the optimal racing line. If he just slowed down a little bit more, he would have lost a couple of positions, but of course he tried to keep the speed up. A sharp turn of the wheel, the back end steps around, and his chances in this race are out. Now, of course, this is the last race where points count. The final is winner takes all, as we're looking at Luke Millward being hassled by Dian Pahal. Dian Pahal there on the back. Millward checks over his shoulder, a little nod of the head and a little hand signal. Now, Dian Pahal, he knows what that means. That means that Luke Millward wants him to push. Then Luke defends. Alfie Mir will try to get around Dian Pahal now, and I know that Dian, as usual, has got his family here. He was one of many drivers. In fact, most of these drivers, we had most of the Micromax field featured in the Paddock show with myself and Nicole Sutherland, which you can watch on the Alpha Live YouTube channel now. It's the thumbnail that's got the photo that Nicole Sutherland really likes.
She loves it.
Yeah, she loves how she looks in that photo. Nicole chose that one. She thought, do you know what?
Positive mental attitude.
Positive mental attitude. That's the photo I want to have the world to see of me. Yes. So please go and check it out. But if not, just admire the thumbnail. And I think Nicole needs a bit of encouragement in the live chat. Go and look at the thumbnail, and then just in the live chat, we'll keep telling Nicole how many people really enjoy that thumbnail photo. Let's go back and talk about some go-karting, Andrew.
30 seconds to go. Oman in full control. 3 seconds to the nearest second clear of Aberhart. This is the fight for fourth place. Luke Mild, who at the moment is holding a very useful spot in the final intermediate classification, third. Now, why is that useful? This is one of those circuits you often see in karting where I think drivers would prefer to start a big race like a final third instead of second on the inside line for that fast run into turn one. But he's only just holding on to that third spot ahead of Josh Hushka. Hushka, yes, down to 10th place now. We should note as well, bit of news from race control. The number 5-second penalty for the number 23 of Dian Pahal. So Pahal is unfortunately going to fall down the order a little bit unless something remarkable happens on the final lap. Back a little bit further up the order. Here's your fight for second place. Lucian Smith, not too much to be had by getting second place here, apart from a bit of pride over Maximilian Eberhard. He's waving to say, come on, get forward. But the gap is 3.5 seconds now to Austin Oman. I think Oman's got this race done.
This is the final lap, half a lap from home, and through the Dunlop chicane. Eberhard will have to defend. You can see the clear visor. Eberhard, he runs over a little bit of grass. That's going to get onto those Mojo tyres. But up at the front, Austin Oman, a dominant performance for Sam Pollitt Racing. They're the new Kart Republic Sam Pollitt Racing chassis. Eberhard finishes second, Smith third, Millward, Pahal, Mir. There's Benedictus Masiokas, and we were having a little competition between Arthur and Albert Farrow, and older brother Arthur. That is 4-1 in terms of who's had the better results over his younger brother Albert, but only by 0.4 of a second. Josh Hushka down in 10th. Then Sebastian Crawford, Harris Barber, Dax Farrer and Carter Jackson. Let's have a little look there. Isaac Barker's in Durham. So this is, yes, and of course, no racing at Wilton Mill today. No. The weather in the UK is somewhat biblical. And so we want to, and now there is the Canadian maple leaf. So Maximilian's mum is from Canada. I believe she is an Edmonton Oilers fan. I think she's from Edmonton, but you'll notice that some of these drivers have a lovely little like superstitions, and Maximilian always likes to touch the Canadian maple leaf on his crash helmet.
Well, it's serving him well so far this weekend. Austin Oman taking his third race victory of this Grand Festival. His biggest one to date, clear by 3, nearly 4 seconds ahead of Maximilian Eberhardt. Lucian Smith, Luke Millward and Dean Pahal in the top 5 on the road, but Pahal does have a plus 5 second penalty. You do the maths. Alfie Mayer, Benedictus Masiokas, Arthur Farrow, Albert Farrow and Josh Hushka all in the top 10. Should note the number 42 of Albert Farrow has a plus 3 second penalty. Sebastian Crawford, Harris Barber, Dax Farrer and Carter Jackson complete the field. All 14 drivers who started the race finished.
Provisionally, Austin Oman will start the final from pole position. And Lucian Smith on the outside of row number 1, Luke Millward and Josh Hushka will be on row 2, Dean Pahal and Arthur Farrow on row 3, Albert Farrow and then Maximilian Eberhardt on row 4. But let's go down to Nicole Sutherland in the pits with a great thumbnail photo from last night's Paddock show. Take it away, Nicole.
Lucian Smith then third in that race, but second in the intermediate classification. Lucian, I know KR have been putting a lot of work in this weekend and this season for you. Can you tell me a bit about that?
Yeah, as soon as we joined the team, we knew that it was a really nice atmosphere and a good team to be with. And we've just stepped it up a notch this weekend and hopefully all that effort will pay off.
So later on, at the minute, it's looking like you should be starting on the front row for the final. How much would it actually mean to you to win a ticket and to maybe go to the grand finals with KR Sport?
It'd mean a lot, but it was just at the start of the race, I was trying to push, but sometimes it doesn't work out, but I think we have a good chance.
Good chance indeed. Thank you, Lucian. I'll head up then to talk a little bit more about the grand finals later on in the year.
Yes, indeed. Can't wait to be able to bring you Alpha Live's first ever coverage of the Rotax Grand Finals in Sarno. I think it's safe to say that the most colourful event in British karting got even in world karting got even better. Now, Albie Friend. Let's talk quickly about Albie Friend. He won every single race in Minimax. News from the Albie Friend camp. Apparently, Lee Taylor, on his honeymoon at the moment, has decided he wants to become a house husband. He handed over the reins of Albie to George Friend, who was superb and has a medal to say he won the British Championship. And now Albie Friend's got Smiler Stackhouse on the spanners this weekend. Albie has put on 2 kilos of weight since Lee went on honeymoon because Lee's not stealing his breakfast anymore.
He's been very good this weekend, though.
He's been superb this weekend.
Yeah.
In fact, his margin of victory since Lee... I mean, I'm all for, you know, being Lee, being a house husband, you know, you got your lovely new wife, Katie, there, you know, fantastic, fantastic. More men need to just say, look, the working life is not for me, and I'm going to stay home and just do the just do the dinner for the kids and do the school run. I think that's absolutely... I'm only joking. Panda's on the plane right now. There's Jensen Chalk. He is, and Dan Parran-Smith, his mechanic. Jensen, the reigning Micromax champion from last year in the grand finals, looking for a ticket. The ticket situation in Minimax, well, we already have 5 drivers in this race already have a ticket to Sarno. Albie Friend, Emerson McAndrew-Uren, Oliver Spencer, Harry Taylor and Joshua Cook. Who's going to join them? We'll find out now.
Let's go for the superheat in Minimax. Albie Friend looking to continue his strong form. Is on pole position, joined by Emerson McAndrew-Uren on the front row. Jensen Chalk, strong yesterday, starts on the inside of row 2 next to Alex Goodson. Oliver Spencer flew through the order yesterday. From the back of the field, he's on the 3rd row for this one. He's joined by Max Gilman. Hasnain Khan on home soil lines up alongside Edward Haynes on row 4.
Row number 5, the farmer, Tom Reed and Sebastian Clark. Row 6 is Riley Murrow and Luca Holmes-Ballack. Row 7, Max Jolly and Harry Taylor. Row 8, leading privateer Fraser Anderson and Jack Collinson.
Joshua Cook is on row 9, already qualified for the grand finals in Micromax, is joined by Ollie Thompson. Row 10, Miles Burton and Benjamin Lawn. Row 11, Sebastian Behrman and Cody Lepatorel. Row 12, Achille Giannone and Soren Gallagher. It's a 26 kart field completed by row 13, Amelie Davey and Harry Radcliffe. Into the tram lines. Are we good for a start? The answer is yes. Away we go for 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Brendan McAndrew side by side. Brilliant start for Jensen Chalk as well. On the inside of row 2 has already hopped up into second place. It's a Strawberry Racing 1-2. As the drivers head through the dogleg for the first time. Riley Murrow in the thick of it there.
Oh.
A little bit of a touch, I think, with Harry Taylor.
Yes.
Down the inside as well. I think it's been a good start for Ollie Spencer. There is the number 4 seed, Harry Taylor, who's had a difficult second half of the season, has got it all to do now in this superheat.
Yes, indeed. Albie Friend literally disappeared up the road in every single race yesterday, but with Oliver Spencer in that white race suit for the KR Sport team, there he is, driver number 8. He was busy fighting his way from the back of the grid in every single heat race yesterday. This is the first time that Spencer is starting from the front. Can he take the fight to Albie Friend? That is the question. Apparently, again, I am told, sources in the Strawberry Awning tell me that if Albie wins every single race, Stackhouse will smile later on.
That is official.
It's official, apparently. It's never been seen before, but he might.
So, on to the second lap of this one. Here's your fight between the 1-2-2 of Riley Murrow and Jack Collinson. Jack Collinson on home soil. We've got our first example of Sam Pollitt Racing versus Hunter Motorsports. Make sure that you've got your good spectacles on today to tell those two teams apart. Down the inside, the number 116 of Hasnain Khan, who had a good run yesterday, 9th, 6th and 13th across his 3 heats.
And can I just say, that was a good move there from Luca Holmes-Ballock and Tom Reed. Tom Reed picking up 2 places in 1 corner. And there goes Tom again. 3 places in 2 corners. And I'm saying, in the background there's somebody going off. It's the number 191 of Hartlepool's Jack Collinson for the Sam Pollitt Racing team. I know Tom, he had an up and down day yesterday, and Mark Baines at Strawberry Racing was in Mark's own inimitable way, was encouraging Tom to be a little bit more aggressive and go for the moves and not hesitate. Well, and as a fellow Yorkshireman, Andrew, you will know that Yorkshiremen have a certain way of communicating their feelings passionately.
We do.
And that tactic has worked for Tom Reed, who now moves himself up into 9th position. But this is something I haven't said all day. We've got a battle at the front of the Minimax field.
Well, this is what we didn't see yesterday, because Oliver Spencer, whilst he had very good race pace, had to start each of the heats from the back of the grid, having been disqualified from timed qualifying for being underweight. Oliver Spencer is now challenging Albie Friend, the dominant force that is Albie Friend here in the superheat. Now, to be clear, Albie Friend does not need to win this race to be on pole position later on this afternoon, because he's had a perfect run through all of the heats yesterday. He can afford to fall a couple of positions back, even with the double points in effect in this one. But I think for pride and momentum, Henry, he is not going to want to allow Oliver Spencer any chance to get momentum ahead of the final.
I mean, I think this is simply a case of what happens when you take British Kart Championship winning mechanic, he's got the medal to prove it, George Friend, off the spanners on a big day such as this. Suddenly, Albie doesn't know where he is. He was allowed breakfast this morning, you know. Lee Taylor's going to absolutely kill me when he sees me. Yeah, certainly, let's not take anything away. Oliver Spencer driving extremely well. And this is interesting. So Oliver, he's been passing people throughout the weekend. He has a little look there, but he hasn't had time to study Albie Friend's kart because he's been battling his way through the field. I think Oliver would do well, now that he's got the pace, to sit and watch for a little bit. Emerson McAndrew-Uren is closing in as well in 3rd position. Then Edward Haynes in 4th. Edward Haynes at the moment, the best placed non-qualified driver for the Grand Finals. Jensen Chalk in 5th, Alex Goodson up in 6th position. And I think Nicole was telling me this morning, part of the paddock gossip, I think Alex's mum is at the go because I think Alex's sister is starting university, so that'll be a good leaving present, so to speak. Max Gilman is 8th, then Tom Reed, Holmes Ballack, Hasnain Khan, Miles Burton also having to start from the back of the grid yesterday. He's done very well to get up into 12th. Then it's Joshua Cook, Max Jolly. They're 2 drivers moving up from Micromax to Minimax for this event. So a little bit further down the order than they would normally be, but that's because they're in a new class. The same can be said for Sebastian Behrman, who's in 17th position. Harry Taylor's down to 15th, and there is a move. The 1-2-2 Riley Murrow trying to get past Jensen Chalk and succeeding, and the 1-2-6 of Alex Goodson goes with him.
Lovely move there from Alex Goodson. Had the momentum round into Horseshoe, went round the outside to take 6th place there. A little bit further back, Tom Reed trying to find a way past Max Gilman for 8th place. News from race control, plus 5-second penalty for kart number 6. That is Luca Holmes Ballack, currently 10th on the road. A little bit further up the order. Here is your fight between Murrow and down the inside for the race lead, Spencer. Okay, Oliver Spencer has gone for it. He's been patient. He's made the move into Senna 2. What does Albie Friend do now? Now, there is something to be gained if you're Oliver Spencer. Right now, he's 4th in the final intermediate classification. Like we said with the Micromax race, that is a return of 4 points. He'll go from 31 down to 27. That might give him 3rd place on the grid ahead of Jensen Chalk. Emerson McAndrew-Uren has joined the party now. This is what we love about Minimax in 2024. Friend's going to go around the inside. Shuts the door to Spencer. Through goes Emerson McAndrew-Uren, and all of a sudden Albie Friend is down to 3rd.
And Emerson McAndrew-Uren and Albie Friend are good friends, but cut Albie Friend no slack there. Albie just sort of went for the move. It didn't understeered a little bit wide, and Emerson McAndrew saw it and thought, I'm taking that line, forcing Friend to back out a little bit. And Albie Friend, after dominating yesterday, is now got Edward Haynes and Riley Murrow. And I love this. Look at this. 5 different teams battling for the top 5 positions. KR Sport, Dan Holland Racing, Strawberry Racing, MLC Motorsports, and then Sam Pollitt Racing. Absolutely love it. MLC Motorsport haven't got a driver at Sarno yet. Could Edward Haynes, who qualified last year, go back this year? It'll be very, very interesting indeed, as we have got still 4.5 minutes to go. And you know what? Behind the front 5, Alex Goodson, Jensen Chalk, Max Gilman, they're not out of it yet either. I have to say, I think word from race control as Haynes now passes Friend, and suddenly Friend has lost his momentum. He's lost his cool, and he's going backwards. It's not often you see this from Albie Friend. I have had word from race control. Apparently, Luca Holmes Ballack got his 5-second penalty. He was texting his girlfriend Harriet during the race. Don't text and drive, kids. It's not allowed.
4 minutes to go. I tell you what, Albie Friend's pole position in the final is under a little bit of threat here. This is what can happen with the superheat, with the double points. Friend, who had a double-digit lead before this race, is now on 10 points. If Emerson McAndrew-Uren can find a way through past Oliver Spencer, he's going to steal pole position from Albie Friend here. That's going to give Emerson a bit of encouragement. Oliver Spencer defends to the inside, subtly there into Senna 1. That's good news if you're Edward Haynes, because the gap that's at about 0.6 of a second is going to close with this. This has blown Minimax wide open. Yesterday was a dominant day for Strawberry Racing. How things can change in less than 24 hours. Down through Gasworks into the Horseshoe once again on lap number 10. Albie Friend has got to get back in the rhythm, got to get himself up a couple of positions just to give him that safety, that buffer in the FIC. Spencer still holds the lead. This is a very, very intriguing end to this race.
I know, I've got to say, you can just hear in the background the little patter. That's Lee Taylor running to the airport to get back here for the final to light Albie up. I've got to say, but this is not to take anything away from Spencer's drive, who's been overtook more drivers yesterday. He was the driver that Nicole mentioned him in her intro this morning. The most impressive driver that she saw yesterday. And again, she, as an ex-driver, she knows what she looks for different things in the karts that we do. Because I never raced Rotax back when I was racing, so Nicole was racing up to last year. She looked for different things, and she spotted something, a fire burning in Oliver Spencer. And Emerson McAndrew-Uren, though, is closing in. We've got 2 minutes to go, and the top 11 are separated by 3.9 seconds. Fantastic. The 11th place is the aforementioned Harry Taylor, who had a spin earlier on. Hasnain Khan is their new leader. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, is he going to keep it? Spencer, and Spencer was squeezing him, and I got to say, I think maybe could have backed out of that one a little bit. Spencer wasn't giving him the room, and there was 2 kart lengths at the inside, but the apex of the corner was approaching, and the apex only fits 1, and that means that Edward Haynes has moved into top spot. There's another person who's missing, Jordan Baines. He's busy wearing Mickey Mouse ears out in Disneyland in Florida. What's he doing? He provides the WAP for Edward Haynes. You've just had a pair of Mickey... If you're in Florida watching this, and I know lots of people are, if you've just seen a pair of Mickey Mouse ears thrown high in the air, that was Jordan Baines celebrating Edward Haynes moving into the top spot.
It's the Disney magic that's pushing Edward Haynes on right now, and it would elevate him onto the 3rd row of the grid for the final. Friend down the inside. That's more like it from Albie Friend. Back up to 3rd place. He's got his safety buffer back now, with Emerson McAndrew down in 8th place now. The FIC live standings are thus 8 for Friend, 23 for Emerson McAndrew. Jensen Chalk, again, this is what I love about these super heats. It's a longer race. Yep. It can flip a situation on its head. And Jensen Chalk now could be the beneficiary, with Oliver Spencer now dropping to 4th. Jensen Chalk could get himself back onto the front row. He can find a way past this pack of karts here, including Goodson, Murrow, Friend. Spencer needs to find a way through past Edward Haynes. He's going to have a look down the inside into St. John's. Brilliant. Lovely stuff. Excellent from Oliver Spencer. Back into the lead, and back again comes Friend.
Right, the communication has been given to Albie Friend. He knows Lee Taylor's threatening to come over and light him up. He's got back into his groove as Friend, and now chasing Spencer down. Haynes down to 4th, and look at the Sam Pollitt Racing number 122, Riley Murrow up into 3rd position. Do you know something? The lead group are getting closer and closer together. Tom Reed in 10th place is 1.7 seconds down. The clock strikes 0, and Friend, from being nowhere, is back in contention. We start the final lap with Spencer, and around the outside tries to go Albie Friend, and they clipped, and Friend is out. That could be pole position of the Grand Festival gone for Albie Friend.
Absolutely, because he's going to drop down the order. You know, if he's outside the top 10, he's going to be under threat from losing what was a huge lead. He didn't need to go in. He went all in on red. It came up black. Riley Morrow is now your race leader. Edward Haynes has still got a chance here of taking this superheat. Spencer's there. Goodson. Emerson McAndrew might not know it, but he's currently sitting in a position that would give him pole position for the final later on today. Emerson McAndrew's gone round the outside to the inside of his teammate for 4th place. That could be a key move. Riley Morrow is going to come out of the final corner, win the superheat, but Minimax has been turned on its head in the space of 12 minutes. Where is Albert Friend going to finish? Way down, P17. Emerson McAndrew is on pole position for the final.
Insane last lap. And I have to say that Friend was trying to do a Slim Shady round the outside of Brian's Bend, and there just wasn't enough room, and it's cost him. And that goes to show how quickly things can change in karting. You can be king of the world one day, and then you can be absolutely at the bottom of a dungeon the next day. It is Riley Morrow, the, say surprise winner, no he's not, I mean former British Bambino champion, Riley Murrow. There's a handshake with Edward Haynes. Oliver Spencer, third place, even though he showed, he's got the pace to win this. While we're looking, a big hello to Kathy Watson. Kathy says, can I say hello to John and Shay Watson? Love, Kathy. You can. And I know for a fact that message is sent from her brand new iPhone.
Oh, very nice indeed. There's your provisional result for the Superheat in Minimax. Murrow wins by 1.5 tenths ahead of Edward Haynes. Oliver Spencer third. Emerson McAndrew and Alex Goodson make it 2 DHRs in the top 5. Harry Taylor recovered brilliantly back to 6th place. Jensen Chalk, Tom Reed, Max Gilman and Miles Burton up 9 spots.
Yeah,
all finish in
job.
the top 10. Sebastian Clark, Joshua Cook, Luca Holmes-Ballack, Hastane Khan are all in the top 15. That's completed by Benjamin Lawn. Max Jolly P16, Albie Friend P17. He'll still be on the front row for the final, but now is on the outside run into turn 1. Sebastian Behrman, Jack Collinson, Akila Giannone all in the top 20. Harry Radcliffe, Cody LePaterel, Fraser Anderson, Soren Gallagher and Amelie Davey take us down to P25. There was one non-starter, a withdrawal from the event for Ollie Thompson.
Yes, and like Micromax, Minimax, the best privateer, has an engine as a prize, a Rotax engine. Achille Giannone was the best privateer in that race on the very, very smart-looking EKS chassis. But after a very dramatic Minimax Superheat, Nicole Sutherland will try to pick the bones out of that one.
Down with Riley Murrow then after the pretty exciting drive. Riley, can you tell me about it?
Yeah, it was a scrappy one. I think there'll be quite a few penalties afterwards, so we'll have to wait and see what happens.
And when all the chaos was kind of unfolding in front of you into turn 1, we saw race leader at one point, Albie Friend, go off. What were you thinking?
I saw him go off, which it did help me in the race, but obviously you don't want anyone crashing in the race. You want it to be clean, fair racing.
And this is your first year in Minis. You've got Archie Kitchen on the tools, who is very experienced, in Rotax racing. What's Archie said to you about maybe trying to get a ticket for the grand finals?
Be consistent and then just send it in the final. Obviously, he knows what he knows what he's doing because he won in Mini. So,
thanks very much, Riley, and good luck for the final. We'll head up then to hear a little bit more about Sarno in late October.
Well, there we go. We are now getting ready for the Junior Rotax Superheat. A few messages, and of course, we're sorry to the competitors at Wilton Mill that have had their event flooded off. We certainly do hope that everyone's property is okay. We are joined on the live chat by several people at Wilton Mill who are now watching, including Alpha Live's commentator John Ratcliffe. Finley Lines is down there as well, and I know Finley is watching. He'll be going to the grand finals. There's Kai Clark. This is the start of the Junior Rotax build-up to the Superheat. We saw a very animated Kai Clark during the third and final heat yesterday. We spoke briefly to Joe Bleakley. There is his mechanic walking off. Barbara Lapper obviously is on the live chat. She is sunning herself in the Costa del Sol, but she wishes she was in the Costa del Sunderland like us. Yes, I do have an official complaint to make about Karting Northeast, however, and I would like the Hunter family to listen very, very carefully to this. They're out of Iron Brew in the restaurant.
Well, there we go.
Let's
That's
go
the biggest
racing.
news of the day.
Yes.
Superheat for Junior Max next. Here we go, very topsy-turvy grid here in this Superheat. Scott Marsh starts on pole position, is joined by Jared Fox-Whiteley. Jacob Woods and Kai Clark go from row number 2. Lewis Goff already on his way Tusano starts on row 3 alongside Kai Beach. Cole Denham and Jack Thompson are on row 4.
Albie Lapper and Charlie Wolfitt go from row number 5. William Archer and Joe Anderson on row 6. Row 7 is Noah Barham and Joshua Smith, with row 8 being rounded out by Daniel Minto and Stanley Clark.
Alfie McBain and Addison Smith have it to do from row number 9. Rory Armstrong and Riley Sims-Ezard on row 10. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Samir Paul are on the penultimate row of the grid. Row 12, Louis Radcliffe and Archie Lovett make it a 24-strong field.
But Archie Lovett went fastest in warm-up this morning from the back of the field. Now, if you're watching live timing and scoring, you will see as we go racing for the first of 12 minutes, certain of these drivers are eligible to qualify, and there already is the number 28 kart of Daniel Minto in the barrier, but he gets going again. Some of these drivers are eligible to qualify, some aren't, and there is another coming together on the dogleg corner. It was the number 66 of Rory Armstrong that found
61 of William Archer.
61 William Archer sideways. When the Alpha Live scoring pylon comes up on the left-hand side of your screen, the drivers whose race numbers are highlighted in red, they are too old to go to the grand final, or they have already qualified. So the drivers whose race numbers are not highlighted on the scoring pylon, which will appear miraculously on your screen very shortly, they're the drivers who are fighting for the place. You can see Scott Marsh and Jacob Woods, they are fighting for a place to Sarno. In fact, with 2 tickets available in this race, they're both in ticket positions as things stand. The drivers with the red background to their numbers, they have either already qualified in the case of Lewis Goff, or are too old to race juniors in Sarno in the case of Thompson, Anderson, Smith, Fox, Whiteley, etc.
At the moment, Scott Marsh and Jacob Woods would be on the front row for the final. Woods into second place on 24 points. Marsh still the only driver remaining in single digits. It was a very topsy-turvy day yesterday in Junior Max. Everyone had at least one good heat, a middling heat, and one that really wasn't good at all. That's why we've got this mixed-up order perhaps for the start of this one, but Scott Marsh has been able to pick his way through at the front of it. At one stage in the third heat yesterday was down to 13th place, did brilliantly well to wrestle himself back up into the top 6. Right now just getting into the rhythm of this race, the winner of course the grand finals 2 years ago. And
I've got to say that, it's been said before, as Lewis Goff has a look at the inside of his teammate Jacob Woods, I have to say that Scott Marsh, who having won the grand finals in 2022, raced in the World Championship last weekend, and raced a lot of FIA racing, was a little bit taken aback by certainly the last heat of the day yesterday, and it's good to see that at the moment the junior drivers are, respecting each other a little bit more. This is business. This is a big race for all these drivers. You can't win a ticket to Sarno in this race, but you can certainly make sure that you won't win by doing something silly in this race. We'll talk about Albie Lapper. Liam Wright is back on the spanners for Albie Lapper. You can see his crash helmet there. That was actually donated to him by Adam Mulvaney. It's Adam's son's Luca Mulvaney's crash helmet. I know the Lapper family are always keen to say they're very, very, grateful to Adam and for Luca for donating that crash helmet to Albie Lapper, because it basically means that Phil doesn't have to put his hand in his pocket for a little bit longer. It's on order. He keeps it. It's been on order for 6 months, that crash helmet for Albie Lapper, but there we go.
New fastest lap of the race for Archie
he's got
Lovett.
a 5-second penalty. Lapper's got a 5-second penalty. Nan, it shows he's trying, but even Nan on the live chat saying no more penalties, Albie.
No more penalties, indeed. Maybe just get him out of the way before the final. New fastest lap of the race from Scott Marsh. Scott Marsh has hit the hammer. He's decided, right, now is the time, need to break away from the rest of the field, and has moved his lead out to half a second. Jacob Woodsy's still there in second place. He's got his teammate this weekend, Lewis Goff, for company. And into Gasworks. The rest of the field at the moment headed up by Jack Thompson, Kai Clark in there as well. But yeah, I'm keeping an eye on Archie Lovett's had a really tough season.
Oh, and somebody just got elbowed out of the way, and it was Kai Clark who was getting elbowed out of the way. Now, Kai was getting agitated yesterday, and I know that he's just got to focus. And again, Kai is desperate for this ticket. The year started, on a negative note, on a poor note for Kai and his entire family. He really wants to round it out by getting to Sarno, and I just think by looking at the way he's just got to
agitated.
He's got to just tone it down a little bit.
Just pull it back.
Pull it back. He's quick enough. But I think that his desire is now meaning that he's overdriving just a little bit. And I think if he slows down, he'll go quicker. And I know that sounds like a misnomer, but if he just calms down, he'll go a lot quicker. He's now got to chase down Cole Denham, the closer, Cole Denham, up in 7th position. So we're looking at the battle on track for about 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th, because you've got Jacob Woods down in 3rd. Jack Thompson is the 65 kart running in 4th. Albie Lapper is 5th, and he moves it. Oh, Albie Lapper's been given a second 5-second penalty. He was the driver who escorted Kai Clark to the outside of the circuit, and resulting in Kai Clark being very demonstrative with his hand signals. So that's 10 seconds of penalties for Albie Lapper. Get them all out of the way now, all of them.
That's the thing in a superheat, that's even more costly than usual.
Yep.
Jack Thompson has got down the inside there. We saw that move through Gasworks. That was good for 5th place, I think, on the road. Scott Marsh still leading this one, stretching out. Now black flag for Albie Lapper, so that's going to be the end of the race for the number 29. We will see Lapper later on in the final, I would suppose, but it'll be a little bit lower down the grid.
Yep, we didn't see the first issue that caused him his first, but we did see the second one. And I think that there's the race directors, this is a big event. This is yesterday, and I think this is the junior racing yesterday was of a standard that I think the officials have said, right,
that didn't befit the occasion.
It didn't befit the occasion, and we're not going to allow today's.
Charlie Wolfett.
Charlie Wolfett, who won the third heat yesterday by a long way, and he's not going to win this one. But I think this is this sends a message that we will not stand for it today. The tickets will all be won in the right way, which is important, because Rotax have got Daryl Smith here. I want to say hello to Jen Wade Media. I can't confirm that Daryl Smith was last seen staggering out of a nightclub at 6 a.m. this morning. I'm joking. Gonçalo Duarte is here from Portugal on behalf of Rotax. So Rotax is sending over members on the team to oversee this event. Well, not to oversee it, but to add any advice they need, to add their expertise to this event. And it has to be a good advert, because the British team this year at the Grand Finals is going to be the biggest of any nation. It's not because Britain gets more tickets, it's because drivers qualify. I mean, we've had drivers qualify from the Euro Trophy, from the International Trophy. We're going to get drivers qualifying from the BNL. We've got drivers qualifying from the E20 World Cup as well. So, British drivers are going around the world showing how fast they are. This is their opportunity in front of a global Rotax audience to show how good they are as drivers, as well as how fast they are.
Under 4 minutes to go in this one. Scott Marsh in full control, clear by more than a second. There's been a swap between the two SPRs. Lewis Goff now up to 2nd place ahead of Jacob Woods. Kai Veach in a decent position, P4 right now, ahead of Cole Denham. How does that leave the final intermediate classification? Well, Marsh still on 9 points, clear by some 17 points ahead of Jacob Woods. So that would be row 1 for the final at the moment. Lewis Goff would be up to the 2nd row of the grid, and on the inside as well in that 3rd place. It's a good spot to start from. And Jared Fox-Whiteley would be alongside on row 2.
Lewis Goff starting 3rd puts him in an excellent position to help his Sam Pollock Racing teammate Jacob Woods from 2nd on the grid. Somebody on the line saying Cyrus Setner, no, Ayman Bansal's not in it. And there's attempted humour And the small talk is absolute stupidity. Well, that's me. You got me in one.
Here's the fight for fourth place. Kai Veach and Cole Denham. Still a good amount of time in this race to go. The deficit they've got to Woods and Goff is 2 seconds. So the tactical play would be to just keep it nice and calm. Cole Denham has moved through on that lap past Kai Veach. So Denham now up to 4th. Good to see that Kai Clark has kind of brought it all together. He's running 6th on the road at the moment, and it would be the same position for Kai Clark on the grid for the final. Again, you can do something from there. I feel with this, particularly with it being 2 tickets, Henry.
Yes.
Right now, just keep yourself in play. If you're in that top 10 on the grid for the final later on today, there's change
good move,
between the Kais.
Kai Clark passing Kai Veach, and again, looks as though Kai Clark has just sort of calmed down. He's not gesticulating around. He's not trying to communicate to Joe Bleakley, his mechanic. He's now dialed it back and he's moving forward again. That puts Kai up into 5th position. But yeah, 2 tickets available, Andrew. That gives you a little bit of leeway.
It does indeed. And I say his mechanic on the sidelines, Joe Bleakley. I've had the pleasure of watching Joe race for many years previously, and I know as his demeanour is, never give up. You know, there's still 90 seconds of this one to go.
Yep.
Keep pushing on, keep your head down. You never know what could happen out there. And I say that move for Clark should benefit him in the FIC. It's very tight in that region, around 4th, 5th, 6th place. And yeah, the points update for us here in the box. Kai Clark is now 5th in the FIC, back onto the inside, inside of row number 3. Not as good a place to start as 3rd on the grid, but still pretty good.
I mean, yeah, with a minute to go, and there is an outbreaking move there. The number 89 dives in deep into the corner. That's the first time we've seen Archie Lovett come to the fore. Again, terrible luck yesterday for Archie Lovett, but was fast in this morning's warm-up. And so he is now moving. And so let's have a little look at where Lovett is up to. He's up into P11 now. I was just going to say, there are 11 points in the standings between Jacob Woods in 2nd on 26 and Kai Veach in 7th on 37. Like you said, double points for this. So, 4 points for 2nd, 8 points for 3rd, 12 points for 4th, etc., etc.
Does make a big difference. 15 seconds to go, and this is the fight on your screens, all down from 7th place. Jared Fox-Whiteley, who was great in timed qualifying in the morning session yesterday, but the race pace just doesn't seem to be there for the number 23. And that's a bit of a surprise, because when we were here for the British Kart Championships round back in the summer, Fox-Whiteley was a wild card that weekend, and absolutely rapid, was top of the FIC through the heats. So a bit of a tough weekend so far for the number 23.
I mean, fast again in qualifying, and of course also the winner of the junior, the winner will get the E-plate, the Motorsport UK E-plate as well, which they can use for the next 12 months as long as they stay in this category. In junior Rotax. Scott Marsh, he's in conservation mode, 1.3 seconds at the road. You're looking at the battle for 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th. This is Fox-Whiteley, Noah Barham, Jack Thompson, Archie Lovett, Joshua Smith, Daniel Minto, Joe Anderson at the back of this group. Alfie McBain is in 14th position. Isabella Stanswell-Wilson is 15th. Rory Armstrong 16th. Charlie Wolfett, Riley Sims, Ezard, Stanley Clark, Samir Paul, Louis Radcliffe, Addison Smith are the last drivers running. We've lost Albie Lapper and William Archer, but we are on the final lap.
We are indeed. It's still lots to be decided. Jared Fox-Whiteley trying to hold on to this P7 that right now in the intermediate classification points is holding him on the inside of row number 2 for the finals. A move further back as the number 28 of Daniel Minto has recovered nicely in this race. That's him back up to 12th place after the earlier spin. Into Gasworks for that pack. Scott Marsh, what a run, has really got control of this Grand Festival Motorsport UK E-plate event in Junior Max. He wins the Super Heat, 2nd for Lewis Goff, 3rd for Jacob Woods. And indeed, Jared Fox-Whiteley does hold on to that spot. No changes on the final lap in the top 15. Good drive from Archie Lovett in amongst that. That is a really positive run for a driver who's had a tough season both at a British and an international level, up 15 places in that one tonight. But your winner, once again, is Scott Marsh.
Yes, and he's looking cool, calm, and collected because, yeah, this is just a means to an end. You know, this is not to, for Scott Marsh. Wants to. I think this is last year. This will be his last year in juniors, and he would like to go back, to round off his junior karting career with a second international victory at the Grand Finals. Looking at the history books, the only driver to ever win 2 Junior Rotax Grand Finals, Japan's Ukyo Sasahara, who still works in karting, works a lot in Japan with Japanese drivers, has his own academy and things like that. A very, very successful driver, Ukyo Sasahara, who also raced in the United Kingdom at Kart Masters a couple of times.
Absolutely. So the Junior Max Final is still to come, of course. That will be at 2:15 later on this afternoon. There's your provisional results. Marsh from Goff, Woods, Denham, Clark, your top 5. Veach, Fox Whiteley, Barham, Lovett and Thompson in the top 10. Joshua Smith, P11, ahead of Daniel Minto, Joe Anderson and Alfie McBain. Good drive there from Alfie McBain, up 3 spots. Also a good drive from Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, who completed that top 15, a gain of 6 places for her. Former champion Rory Armstrong in 16th place, ahead of Charlie Wolfett, Stanley Clark, Riley Sims-Ezard and Samir Paul. That was top 20. 2 more finishers, Louis Radcliffe and Addison Smith. Albie Lapper black flagged in that race. William Archer was a DNF.
Now, we have 1 superheat to go, but before we get to that, there is a driver parade at the end of the senior Rotax superheat. So we will get the announcement out over the paddock tannoys as well. But of course, drivers here listening to that, we will require all drivers in their race suits with their crash helmets to come to the timing and scoring building. That's where we will lead you on to the track, and they will lead you onto the track. There is also a tyre draw, a free set of Mojo tyres in every class. But before we get to that, we will have Nicole Sutherland down in pit lane.
I'm with Scott Marsh then. Scott, bit of a cruise round for you there at the front. Having driven the track before, I know that the surface, is quite coarse and it goes through the tyre quite a lot. Was there any tyre management going on for you?
At the start, I was just trying to push as hard as I can and extend the gap. And then at the end, when I saw I had a gap, I just sort of took it a bit easier, made no mistakes, and just brought it home.
Bringing it home then, and maybe a potential ticket to bring home later on and then go out to Sarno later in the year. You've been to the Grand Finals before. Fair to say you've had some success. What would it mean to try and go out there again this year?
Yeah, it'd be great. I mean, I'd love to go represent Team UK again and represent Jag Rotax. I mean, yeah, it means a lot to me, and I'd love to go there.
Thanks, Scott. Let's head up there and hear a little bit more about Sarno in October.
Welcome back to Warden Law, Karting North East. 1 more superheat to go for this the morning session, and that will be the superheat for the Senior Max category. And again, very, very tight in this one. Everyone competing for a DD2 ticket, the ultimate Rotax class. Already this year, we've seen a number of British drivers qualify through to the senior Max category. Callum Bradshaw, Matthew Higgins, Macaulay Bishop, all for their efforts earlier on in the season. Ethan Jeff Hall, the new world champion, will be on that grid. Who's going to be going forward to get the DD2 ticket? The superheat is next. Here we go then, Superheat for senior Rotax. Kai Hunter, perfect through the weekend so far, starts on pole position. He's joined by his Hunter Motorsport teammates, Ewan Charman on the front row. Guy Cunnington and Louis Westover go from the second row of the grid. They're ahead of Archie Walker and Brandon Klein-Nagelvort on row 3. Jamie Perilli and Lizzie Mentier start on row 4.
Deacon Russell and William Antrobus run up in this year's Junior Championship round out the top 10 ahead of Austin Lee and Joshua Graham, with Henry Gregory and Harry Bartle, our reigning Junior Champion, on row 7. Alex Duncan and Jack Lilly round out row number 8.
Jack Stedman and Daniel Armstrong start on row 9. Rachel Robertson and Jack Collins complete the top 20 on row 10. Tyler Harris and Benjamin Southgate on the penultimate row of the grid. It's a 24-strong field completed by Oakley Pryor and Jack Gillingham.
I have to say, Ilias on the live chat, what's my prediction for Sarno? My prediction for Sarno is it's going to be an amazing event. I don't make predictions of who to win. That's an unprofessional thing, and you know me, Andrew. Professional to the last tee. Lights are out. We go racing here in the senior Rotax Superheat, and Kai Hunter sideways. The two teammates sideways into turn number 1. Oh,
Walker.
And that's Archie Walker gone, and that's Jamie Perilli has gone around as well. Disaster for two of the front runners. No contact. I think they were just sort of unsettled by the fact that Kai Hunter was understeering into the corner, and Ewan Charman had to understeer as well. They almost came together. There was no collision, but then that backed people up in the pack, and both Walker and Perilli have got going again, I believe, at the back of the field. Oakley Pryor and Jack Gillingham, also a slight delay.
Oh, that could be a really costly moment for both Archie Walker and Jamie Perilli. Again, with this being a superheat, double points. When you have a bad one, it affects you even more, as it's all getting a bit busy on the exit of the horseshoe. That's Henry Gregory flying through the order in the number 77 for MLC. End of the first lap, Ewan Charman leads. Louis Westover P2. Guy Cunnington's held third place. Kai Hunter down to P4. Big mover on that first lap as well, Henry. The winner at the round at Lark Hall for the British Kart Championships earlier in the year in this category is out of the race. Is Rachel Robertson in the number... that's Jack Gillingham in the number 66 out of the race. Rachel Robertson is fine. She's up one spot to 18th. Joshua Graham in the number 8. There he is, now being attacked by William Antrobus. Antrobus, the runner-up in the junior category in the British Championships. As there is Henry Gregory out of the race. Problems for Henry Gregory. He'll be in the final, but he'll have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, Uncle Tyrone, the man behind the myth, the legend of Uncle Tyrone, is out of the race. He was saying how much he was enjoying Rotax. He did say he felt it was a lot harder than the karts he usually races, and he's going to have a hard job in front of him now, because he'll be starting towards the back of the field in the final. 22 drivers remain. Ewan Charman, International, Louis International. Westover is there in number 26 kart, coming back into karting after several years away. Stayed in the sport as a mechanic and as a driver coach, as a general pain in the backside, but no, he's there. And so his parents watching in Spain, and Louis Westover in second position, but Ewan Charman pulling away, and I think that Kai Hunter, who already has a ticket, he will want to keep Louis busy, so that Louis... but now Kai Hunter, Guy Cunnington and William Antrobus. So the victory mullet of William Antrobus now moves into what is P4, and this is good for William, because he was finished second in the British Junior Championship, too old to take the ticket in juniors. Harry Bartle, meanwhile, our junior champion, who will get who has got the senior ticket. He's flying up the order after a bit of a up and down day yesterday. He's up into P8.
Indeed, and we know that William Antrobus has good speed. Yes, it's the step up to seniors, but there's a lot of the skills in a junior that are carried over into this category. And William Antrobus, the last time we saw him here was for the British Kart Championships round, which on the road he finished P1. He's having a little go at the former British champion Guy Cunnington. That's going to offer Hunter a route down the inside, and Joshua Graham, and his title rival from the Junior Championship, Harry Bartle.
That move would have worked in juniors.
Doesn't work here.
No, because you're just driving, you're going that little bit quicker, and you just got that little bit more grip, and you know you've got a driver that is a little bit more experienced, and so that was a learning experience there for William Antrobus. I hope it doesn't cost him much more than just that place, but better to do it now than in the final.
As I say, he finished first on the road in the final here at Warden Law for the third round of the British Championships, but a post-race penalty meant he dropped down the order, and it's Harrison Whitcomb who took the win on that day. But what's not can't be denied is that Antrobus has got good pace in race trim here this weekend. 7.25 minutes remaining in this one. Antrobus has received a warning flag. I don't think that's a massive surprise. We assume that will have been for that moment with Guy Cunnington a lap ago. Ewan Charman's lead is 1.2 seconds. Kai Hunter now trying to get this train going with Joshua Graham immediately behind. Their deficit to Guy Cunnington at the moment is just over half a second.
Kai Hunter comes out of the dogleg in towards St John's Bend. You can see the battle for second. It's not a battle, but the gap is shrinking down to between Louis Westover and Ewan Charman, because Westover and Cunnington work together through the Dunlop chicane. You can see Guy Cunnington, even if Guy Cunnington is faster than Louis Westover now. Well, there we go, Henry. Henry, what are you talking about? There goes Guy Cunnington. He obviously thinks he is faster, and that now Louis Westover won't go straight back in on Guy Cunnington. He'll think, okay, Guy, let's have a look. Will we work together as a team better with you in front or with me in front? And yeah, Westover doesn't try to repass Cunnington coming through the dogleg here and into St John's. That's such a tempting wide curb at the end of the dogleg, isn't it?
It is. It is. The drivers need to bear it in mind, though. Right now, conditions are good, nice and dry, nice and cool, as Nicole was mentioning earlier. Not so good news for the number 84 of Tyler Harris. Harris is out. A technical flag for Tyler Harris. Is that a dislodged NASA panel? Yes. The bolt clip you can see is come loose.
Not factory spec.
Not factory spec.
I really feel for Tyler Harris. He's not had a good year.
No.
And I spoke to him yesterday. We had a little joke with him in the paddock show. But the last time he had a really good result, he was saying, was January. You know, and it's been all year.
And that can happen sometimes.
And he said, look, he goes, I got to the stage where he's overdriving it, and he's. I've seen it happen before. Kai Hunter makes a move for third position on Louis Westover. Sometimes when the driver's luck is going bad, they will try and overdrive things, and they're so desperate for a good result that the sort of the automatic decision-making process that a lot of these drivers have, that goes away, and they start unintentionally making wrong decisions and finding accidents and incidents. So, unfortunately, Tyler Harris will be starting from the back of the field. It's not been a good race, this one, for MLC Motorsport. They've lost both Tyler and Henry Gregory from this one.
Just over 4 minutes to go in this one. Ewan Charman's lead is 1.83 seconds ahead of Guy Cunnington. But Kai Hunter is coming back into this one. Right now, the final intermediate classification, the two Hunter Motorsport runners are tied on points, or they were, because Kai Hunter has just gone back to 6 points with that move past Louis Westover. Remember, if there is a tie on those points, it's the timed qualifying performance from yesterday morning that separates the two. Kai Hunter's always going to win one of those if he needs it, because he was the fastest driver across the 3-lap average in TQ. But right now, I think he's got his eyes set on Guy Cunnington's second place. In through Brian's Bend they go. The pace last time around, 49.6 for Charman, 49.7 for Cunnington, 49 1:05 for the home favourite Kai Hunter.
Yes, so Guy Cunnington, is he stretching his performance as much as possible? No, and he leaves the door open there. Oh, Kai Hunter at the inside. And here comes Louis Westover into P2. Kai Hunter went for that move. Cunnington wasn't defending, because he's thinking, okay, well, there's no need to at this point. Yeah, we got 3 minutes to go. It's just a superheat. Now, what will that do to the starting grid for the final, the point standings? Don't think it'll make too much of a difference, even in terms of the positions. Brandon Klein-Nagelvort, he's running 10th at the moment, but because of Archie Walker's opening lap issue, and Archie is down in 16th, just behind Jamie Perilli, who was the other driver that spun, Brandon Klein-Nagelvort will start 5th for the final. Louis Westover will now start 3rd as things run. Archie Walker would start 6th. Lizzie Mentier, who is there in 9th position, she would start 7th. And Deacon Russell, running 11th for the Jack's Motorsport team, runs in 8th. Now, Jack's Motorsport, the only sort of major team in the paddock, Jack's Motorsport, MLC Motorsport, the only big teams that haven't got a driver qualified for Sarno yet. Will Ellswood is going to be in the DD2 class at Sarno for Team UK, even though he won his ticket in an E20 event. I don't make the rules, I just report them.
1 minute and 45 and counting. So a couple of changes out on circuit. Guy Cunnington getting back up to 3rd place means he's back onto the inside of row number 2 if things stay this way for the completion of this superheat, to set those grid positions for the final from the final intermediate classification. Kai Hunter's got a new challenge. He's not had this before, perhaps. Harry Bartle, the British junior Rotax champion, getting some practice in at least ahead of his run in the senior category at Sarno. Well, here you go, Harry. How about testing yourself against the 2023 senior Rotax champion?
I love this part of the season, or this event, where the first time that two drivers who were like, it happened at the end of last year, Macaulay Bishop in juniors, Bartle, and Macaulay Bishop moved up to seniors against all the big names, the experienced names. Harry Bartle meets Kai Hunter, meet Guy Cunnington, meet Louis Westover. And do you know what? Harry's junior rival, William Antrobus, is right there. So both junior graduates are doing a sterling job at the minute. Ewan Charman is in pole position to take the ticket as things stand, but with the final being the first past the post, no points involved. Interesting to see. Bartle, does he take the same approach to Kai Hunter as Antrobus did to Guy Cunnington? Antrobus, meanwhile, is now sitting back, maybe not chastened, but learning. Okay, he now knows what doesn't work. The clock is about to strike 0 now. Next time by will be the last lap board.
And it's still not decided who's going to be on pole position for the final here, because again we've got one of those tiebreaker situations out on track. Kai Hunter's 4th place, which yesterday would have been 4 points. Again, double points race would be 8. As Guy Cunnington's going to look down the inside on Westover. Hunter's going to try and get in there as well. Tries to shut the door, and Harry Bartle, and it didn't work. It did not work. Harry Bartle had his elbows out there and said, no, I know, just stepped up to this class, Kai Hunter, but you're not going to try that one on me. Brilliant stuff. Last lap board is out. Charman would now be starting on pole position for the final. Hunter down to 5th, double the scores, 10 points. Guy Cunnington will be on the inside of row number 2, as long as he can just hold himself there ahead of Louis Westover. This has been a good scrap in Senior Max. It's been a bit quiet by their standards so far this weekend, but here on Sunday at the Grand Festival, it's come alive.
Yes, indeed. Out towards Gasworks hairpin. Westover having to sort of semi-defend from Harry Bartle, but here is your winner. Coming through Paddock Bend, taking the applause, it's going to be Ewan Charman. Who's going to come out emerging second? Cunnington just over Westover, with Bartle in 4th. Then Hunter and Antrobus. The rest of the field come flooding across the line. And Ewan Charman with that move there, that shuffling with Kai Hunter. Charman will start from pole position. Pole position? Persistence pays off, and he starts from pole position. I wasn't drinking last night, I promise. The rest of the Alpha crew can prove it. Pole position.
Very good job by Ewan Charman, once again showing that he's moved mid-season to Hunter Motorsports. Bit late for him to achieve anything of note in this year's British Kart Championships, but here at the Grand Festival, competing for the Motorsport UK E-Plate as well, Ewan Charman is on the march for that ticket to be the top British driver. Whoever that is will go to represent Team UK in DD2. The final to decide who receives that ticket will be at 2:45 local time this afternoon. Charman P1, Guy Cunnington second, third for Louis Westover, Bartle and Hunter in the top 5, William Antrobus, Joshua Graham, Jack Lilly, Lizzie Mentier and Deacon Russell all in the top 10 ahead of Austin Lee, Brandon Klein-Nagelvort, Alex Duncan, Jamie Furley, and completing the top 15 after that first lap spin, Archie Walker. Daniel Armstrong ahead of Rachel Robertson, Jack Steadman, Jack Collins and Benjamin Southgate all in the top 20. The last finisher to see the checkered flag, Oakley Pryor. 3 retirements, Tyler Harris, Henry Gregory and Jack Gillingham.
And in the unofficial standings, the provisional standings so far, Ewan Charman will start the final from the front, from pole position. His teammate Kai Hunter on the outside of row number 1. Row 2 will be Guy Cunnington and Louis Westover. Row 3, Archie Walker and Brandon Klein-Nagelvort. Row 4 will be Lizzie Mentier and Deacon Russell. So we're going to throw it down to Nicole now. She's got Ewan Charman with her, but we do need the rest of the drivers to start making their way to the entry, the timekeeping building for the start of the drivers parade. But we'll allow Ewan Charman to be a little bit late for the drivers parade because he's speaking to Nicole Sutherland now.
Nice win to round off this morning then for Ewan Charman. Ewan, quick question for you. Is there a bit of a team game going on between you and your teammate Kai?
We haven't spoken about it at all. Well, I haven't. I'm not sure what actually happened behind me because I didn't have a look behind. But, yeah, I don't know.
You've got some competitors over in the corner maybe saying something else. But thoughts on the final then, going into this afternoon, expectations?
Hopefully we can come away with another win. Depends if there's a shunt how it was at turn 1 or not. But, yeah, I mean, after that, I'd hope another P1 because we seem to have quite a bit of pace. And, of course, I'm not sure what happened behind me. I never really looked back, so.
Great to hear from you then, Ewan. Fantastic morning this morning of racing. We're going to head up to the box to hear a little bit about some British success last week and then on to our finals this afternoon.
Well, a big part of the 2024 UK karting calendar was last weekend at PF International. For the first time in 7 years, the FIA Karting World Championships came to the United Kingdom, and there was a great level of success across the classes, particularly for British drivers. Here this weekend at the Rotax Grand Festival, 2 of the top 3 in the senior category are here in the paddock. Let's catch up with them and reminisce about their year's racing through the Rotax ladder. Here with Matthew Higgins. Matthew, 3rd place last week at the World Championships. Good weekend. Happy with the final result?
Fairly happy, not entirely. I mean, obviously we're there to win, so anything but a win is always going to be a disappointment. But yeah, still got to be proud of the result we got, and yeah, on this year an unproven kart and package. So yeah, it just shows that the energy kart is amazing, and yeah, we can get out there.
And getting the best out of the materials as well. It's always been such a big part of your racing career, but particularly in Rotax days, racing through the British Kart Championships, competitive in terms of what's underneath you and the drivers out on track. How big was your time
racing Rotax in the preparation for last weekend?
Yeah, I mean, it's a mega good playing field where it's extremely level. I think everyone's kind of got a package out there. I mean, 9 out of 10 people have the package to win, so yeah, it's always competitive and close. And yeah, I mean, just the experience on the grid and the talent on the grid, it really does prepare you well. I mean, I often hear a lot of people say that you can't go Rotax to OK, but Joe Turney, he gone Rotax to OK. Jeff Hall obviously won last weekend. He's been on Rotax this year, and yeah, myself have been on Rotax this year, so it just shows how good the playing field really is.
And the karting pathway as well, and how it helped you. Obviously, you know, family-wise, rallying's been the historic story, but your journey from, you know, through the club racing into the nationals, all the way up to the top as a wild card as well, you know, not doing the whole season. Yeah. How big of the part of the journey has that been? Yeah, amazing. I mean, that's where that is where you learn your skill, and that's where you learn the craft. So yeah, for sure, the progression that you can go through in the British karting is probably better than anywhere else, in my opinion. I mean, you look at that grid, Brits dominated. Of course, it's on a British track, but whichever track it is in the world, at that World Championship, there's more often than not dominated by the Brits. So it just shows what a great pathway that Motorsport UK have. And the season not done as well, and you know, I know you've got some plans to do more bits of car racing, and also, you know, you've already got your ticket for grand finals through BNL. Looking forward to that? Yeah, I'm really excited to do that one. I mean, we've had a pretty good season so far this year in the Rotax with Kart Masters and the European Championship, so yeah, hopefully we can finish it off there. Well, best of luck, Matt, and we'll be cheering you all the way. Thanks for your time. Much. Thank you. Here in the Sam Pollitt Racing awning with the new world champion Ethan Jeff Hall. Ethan, this be saying those words, world champion, has it sunk in yet?
I still don't think it's sunk in yet. Obviously, it was a great weekend winning the OK World Finals, but I don't think it's sunk in yet. And a race that'll live long in the memory. You know, for myself up in the box, it was a very dramatic finish. What was going through your mind when you saw Joe Turney have that problem at the bridge? Obviously, I was putting pressure on Joe the whole race, and I was really quick. So it was a matter of being able to capitalise when he made a mistake, and obviously went off under the bridge. And it was a big enough mistake where I could get past, and I knew I had to keep him behind. So I had to stay on the track myself as well, but I had to make sure I was as quick as I could, as least mistakes as I could, and I did just that, so yeah. The adaptability that you needed across the course of the weekend, across the whole season, because you've been running a programme in Europe with Rotax, the Ginetta programme here in the UK, and then the 2 races, Kristianstad and PF International for the OKs. Taking it back to many years ago when you were running with Sam Pollitt Racing, one of the smaller teams back then, how important was that base of learning through the Rotax ladder and in the British Championships for what you've achieved? Yeah, it was so important. Obviously, Sam picked me up when I think I was just 6, and we did 3 years of racing with Sam, so he taught me everything about driving a go-kart when I was young. So to be back racing with him this year is a great feeling. Obviously, Sam's put me in a position where I've come through as a great driver and got titles like the OK World Finals, and I've obviously done Ginetta this year, and we're leading the championship going into the last round, so we'll see how that goes next weekend. And the success that you've had in the Rotax international competitions as well, you know, twice international trophy winner amongst other things as well, how did that support and build you up through the course of your career? Obviously we did a lot of racing in Europe in the last couple of years, and in England, being European champion, vice world champion in Rotax, and multiple other championships, so that's definitely taught me a lot of learning, and just helped me up until this point today, so it's been very crucial. What advice are you giving to the drivers here this weekend as well, particularly the micro and the mini classes, the Grand Festival classes, you know, getting them ready for this weekend? What are you telling them? It's just looking through the data, seeing where they can improve, and just trying to make them do the best as possible. Obviously there's tickets up for grabs today, so this weekend, so just trying to make them be the best they can, and try and secure a few of them. Last question. I don't think anyone's ever done the double of an FIA World Championship and a Grand Final champion in the same year. Do you think you can do it? Well, being very strong in Rotax this year, obviously winning my ticket from Le Mans, so it's definitely looking very possible.
Good stuff. Ethan, once again, congratulations for last weekend and thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Well, here with the main man himself, Sam Pollitt. Sam, where do we start? Great season for your team. You should be, because you're really proud of the effort that you've put in this year.
Yeah, it's been a really good year. We changed quite a few things at the beginning of the year, completely different to what we did the years before, and I think it's all sort of worked for us really.
Going back a few years, we just had a chat with Ethan about his starting out when you picked him up when he was 6 years old. You know, the team wasn't the size that we're seeing now those years ago. How supportive has the Rotax lad been in growing the team and the business?
Yeah, massively. I mean, when Ethan started, like you said, I think he was 6. He might have even been 5. And we were a lot smaller than this, just doing the club events. And then we just obviously tried to grow it and at the point we are now.
And the success you've had this year, wins in the British Kart Championships with Antrobus and Oman. You just missed out on the title with Austin as well in Micromax. What's next?
Hopefully a little bit better next year. Hopefully one step further. If we can win the British, that's the goal. That was the goal this year. Obviously I think we won the most races in juniors, but a few penalties in some of the other ones cost us. Same with Austin. I think he had the most podiums, but again, a couple of penalties cost us. So I think the goal next year is to win the British.
And how good is it as well to have an event such as the Rotax Grand Festival in the UK as well? First time it's come to these shores.
Yeah, really good. For a lot of ours that didn't do Europe this year, I think we had 5 or 6 that did. The ones that didn't, for them to experience sort of a European sort of event, I think it's good for them.
Well, thanks for your time, Sam. It's been I know you're very busy getting the next class out on circuit, and have a good weekend.
Thank you very much.
Great to catch up with Ethan Jeff Hall, the new FIA karting world champion, and Matthew Higgins, who was part of that 1, 2, 3 podium in the senior category. The big question now, who will be the next driver to come from these British Kart Championships and Rotax Grand Festival grids and be at the head of the field in karting in the future? We can't wait to find out.
Here we go then, the 2024 Rotax Grand Festival Drivers Parade. As you can see behind me, a bit of organised chaos going on. Henry getting all the drivers in line, in high order, so that they can go out onto the track for the parade. Let's see who we can see within this crowd, who's getting organised. We've got Arthur Farrow, Dean Pahal there. Dean, of course, has had a bit of a tricky weekend so far, had not the best qualifying, but has come back through the pack. This is what I like to see about a race weekend, despite all of the battling that goes out on circuit, the drivers, all friends off the track. They're laughing and joking. Who else can we see in there? There we've got Riley Murrow, is one of the first drivers within the line of Minimax drivers. Riley had a heat win earlier on. We've got Joshua Cook, the KR Sport driver. What I like about this part of the weekend is you get to see all the drivers lined up next to each other in their liveries with their helmets, comparing all the designs, all the colours. Henry doing a great job there to try and get all these drivers ducks in a row. So far though, it actually looks like our most organised drivers are the minis and micros. Juniors and seniors, they are older, but they're a bit late. Scott Marsh there in the background. Scott, of course, was our 2022 Rotax Grand Finals winner in the junior Rotax category. Gone from strength to strength in the past couple of years. Originally started with the DHR team and moved over to Strawberry Racing after doing a few races over with the OTK group out in Europe. Does a double campaign, races in other series, but always comes back to Rotax and shows exactly what he's made of. That driver in particular, I've kind of watched him grow up. We started at the same track, Mansell Raceway, in the early days, cadet days, and since he's just gone, like I said, strength to strength. Back there as well, we've got, I can see Alex Goodson and Emerson McAndrew, Uren, having a laugh and a joke. They're teammates now. Alex, very new to the sport, only done about a year in the series, and he's very, very, very talented indeed. I would say he's got a bright future ahead of him. In front of those two drivers is Luca Holmes-Ballack. I know he's gunning very hard for a ticket. In the background then, here comes some of our junior drivers. They're starting to arrive. Lizzie Mentier, of course, the Alpine Academy driver, one of the only females to join us this weekend. from the academy. Joshua Smith there in front of you in the Project One suit. Joshua, of course, very kindly gave us some onboard footage to show how to conquer a lap of Warden Law. You can catch up on that lap of the circuit on the stream. It's available on the YouTube channel, on the social media channel. There's Emerson on your screen wearing a Rotax Racing hat very well. I've never actually seen him take that hat off, I don't think. There's Max Jolly and Oliver Spencer. Max, I know, wasn't feeling too well this morning, but smile back on his face. Can see, hear some songs, some chants going on in the background. There's Austin Oman on your screen. Austin, very successful weekend so far. Henry there, still doing such a great job to organise all these drivers. I'd say he's actually round up most of the paddock now. Cole Denham on your screen. Cole was a driver out in Bahrain in the 2023 Rotax Grand Festival, Grand Final. Had some success. Very loyal to the Rotax category. Who else have we got there on our screens? We've got Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. She's in the SPR team, along with Lizzie Mentier, one of the female drivers at this circuit this weekend, giving the boys a run for their money. Daniel Minto there as well in the Hunter Motorsport livery. Hunter Motorsport, of course, this is their home track. The circuit is managed by the Hunter family. Reese Hunter, who has previously been a Grand Finals winner, he is the main man within the team, runs it, is the coach, does a lot of mechanic work and also works very hard on the engines. Daniel Minto, previously been a Mini-Max driver, but has moved over to the Junior Rotax category this weekend. Great to see him making some progress, trying to further his career within the motorsport industry and within the Rotax class. In the background, let's do a bit of a zoom in on some of our senior drivers, shall we? We have got Jamie Perrelli back there. We've got Jack Lilly. Jack, of course, this weekend has moved over to the Strawberry Racing team instead of being in SPR. Big move for him. I know he said to me that choice has been made to kind of find those extra tenths that he's been lacking over the past couple of years, see if he can squeeze that out of a team move, maybe if that is the decision to make to find that extra pace. Jack Stedman, of course, loyal to the Rotax category. He's come back to the Rotax class this weekend. Andrew, if you can...
Thank you very much, Nicole. The drivers heading out onto the circuit. The finals, the countdown to the finals has begun here for the 2024 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival. The Drivers' Parade, great to have this as part of one of the big three international Rotax events. This is the second of those big three. The International Trophy held at Le Mans earlier on this year. But of course, a big part of this weekend's Grand Festival is the Road to Sarno, the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, which you'll be able to see live broadcast and brought to you by Alpha Live in October. Really looking forward to that. And as I say, this is part of the traditions for one of the Grand Festivals. Henry doing a few start jumps to keep the drivers warm. It's a cool day out there, 14 degrees air temperature, but good conditions for racing. And yeah, just a little bit of a breeze over the circuit to chill the drivers during this Drivers' Parade. You can see all of your Micromax drivers were in the foreground there. Our youngest drivers aged 8 and up to the year of their 12th birthday. Mini-Max next, then the junior category as well, competing for 2 tickets to Sarno here this weekend, and finally the senior Max drivers. We started the competitive elements of this weekend with 88 drivers, majority from the United Kingdom. Great to have them all here. Nicole Sutherland down there, I think he's going to be having a chat with some of the drivers in the not too distant future. Henry Baudet performing as master of ceremonies, just getting everybody in the correct position. Loyal servant to the Rotax family for many, many years, and great to have the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival in the United Kingdom for the first time, a competition, annual competition that started in the mid-2010s and has seen many drivers who've had success at this stage then go on to even better things in those grand finals. There's a view of some of the Micromax drivers. Austin Oman on the far right, Dean Pahal, the Farrow brothers in there as well. Luke Millward in the centre in the dark blue KR Sport overalls, your new British champion in Micromax, crowned 2 weeks ago at Wilton Mill in a stunning finale that went to the very final race of the year. Lucian Smith as well there in the Jack's Motorsports suit, racing for KR Sports now, of course, has got a good chance here this weekend. Soren Gallagher there as well in the KMS suits. Great to have Soren racing this weekend. Joshua Cook, the O-Plate winner from Wilton Mill at the very start of the British Rotax racing season, racing in Minimax this weekend, but is already on his way to Sarno in the Micromax category. Sebastian Behrman in his Jack's Motorsport livery as well, one of the many drivers who are competing in the final for the Micromax British crown. Max Jolly, what an impact Max Jolly has made so far in his young racing career. Great to be racing here on the circuit where his talent was discovered, of course. Oliver Spencer as well has been doing some tremendous overtaking so far this week. Jack Collinson for the Sam Pollitt Racing team, another driver local to this part of the world, based in Hartlepool just up the road. Emerson McKenzie-Uren in the DHR suit with the blue glasses and the grey Rotax hat. Will be another driver on his way to Sarno once again to compete for Team UK in the Rotax Grand Finals in October. Here are some of your other drivers in the junior category. Samir Paul had a big moment on the formation lap in the first heat yesterday and has recovered well from that. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson as well. Younger drivers keeping themselves warm out there. Cole Denham has stepped up to the junior category this year, racing in the Rotax classes with Dan Holland Racing. It's the other drivers who've raced through to the grand finals before. Real pride being in the Team UK ranks, which is already in excess of 20 drivers and is looking to grow even further later on this afternoon. Lewis Goff there with the yellow and black helmet will be one of those drivers heading to Sarno for his efforts in the British Championships in so far this year in the junior category. Scott Marsh as well will be on pole position for that junior final. William Antrobus looking to get a good result in his first run in the seniors. The senior Rotax drivers all competing for that one single ticket on offer this weekend to the ultimate Rotax category, DD2, looking to emulate the efforts of Mark Kimber, of course, from a few years ago. Another driver came through the British karting system, won that ticket in DD2, and with little experience, went on to win in the grand finals a few years ago. Could the recipient of that ticket be Guy Cunnington there in the orange, green and black, running his own team, of course, team driver manager for GCR. I think as well, another part of the prizes on offer this weekend is happening down on the grid. Every single class has got a set of tyres available to them, and a random draw is going to be held, I think, in a few moments' time, if not already, to see who is going to receive those tickets. Henry Baudet on the left-hand side, Dan Parker, karting manager for Motorsport UK, has been a very busy man in recent weeks. Of course, last weekend at PF International for the FIA Karting World Championships, I think a name has been drawn out the hat for the junior category to see who's going to be receiving those tyres.
Junior Rotax. One free set of tyres goes to Riley Sims Ezard.
Fantastic. So Riley Sims-Ezard has won the set of tyres. Great to have Riley here this weekend.
Keep talking.
I think Minimax is going to be next for, let's see who's going to be out the hat. The 20-odd drivers.
3 set of tyres, yes, that's more like it.
Good enthusiasm for the Minimax drivers.
We'll get Gary and Tina from Jag.
Jag Rotax, the official UK distributor for all things Rotax.
Put them back in. No looking, no peeking.
And the name?
Minimax Benjamin Lawn.
Benjamin Lawn, the overtaking master, has won a free set of tyres to use. Fantastic stuff for Benjamin Lawn, who had a bit of an off yesterday in one of the heats. So that's great that Benjamin Lawn has received those tyres.
Micromax, ready?
Just got the Micromax draw to do now. 14 drivers here this weekend. And the recipient is going to be...
That's the class list, Tina. That's the one that says Micromax. Let's get a name, shall we? Got to pick a name.
I was going in blind.
Right, go.
And the name is going to be for Micromax.
In Micromax, Harris Barber.
Harris Barber receives the tyres in Micromax. A driver who's improved fantastically across the course of 2024. And that's straight away a good way to start your finals parts of this Sunday afternoon.
They put all 90 names are in the hat. Okay. What can we do now? Okay. Drivers. Wait there. So, we interview our tyre winners. First of all, thank you.
We're going to get some words from our recipients of those sets of tyres, courtesy of Motorsport UK, the promoter and event organiser for the 2024 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival. If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage brought to you by Alpha Live. Andrew Mather and Henry Baudet on commentary duties for you this weekend. Nicole Sutherland down there in the pits, and is I think going to have some words with the drivers who've won the prize draw for those free tyres. Remember as well, in Micromax and Minimax, the top privateer in each of those classes is going to receive a prize engine, Rotax Shorts engine, courtesy of Jag Rotax. Fantastic to have their support, their technical support as well here this weekend. The E-plates for each of the 4 categories are going to be... What is happening here? It looks like something akin to an American football match has broken out on the circuit with the Micromax drivers and the Minimax drivers, all of them very good friends. Indeed, they've had a long, hard season of racing, a 5-round British Championship, which many of them competed in. As I say, went down to the very wire. Drivers heading back into the paddock. They'll be getting ready for their finals. If you're just joining us as well, quick rundown of the schedule for this afternoon. 4 races of 15 minutes plus 1 lap for us to enjoy. The first of those races will go off in around half an hour's time, 1:15 for the Micromax final. 1 ticket on offer to the Rotax Grand Finals in Sarno, Italy, later on in the autumn. 1:45 local time for Minimax. Again, a ticket available for the top eligible driver in that category. 2:15 for the junior Rotax Max race. That one I really feel is wide open and has also got 2 tickets on offer for the eligible drivers. If I'm right in saying 18 of the 24 drivers are eligible for the grand final tickets. All drivers, of course, are eligible to receive the E-plates to run for the next 12 months in the British Junior Max races if they win it. And then 2:45 for Senior Max will be our final race of the day. The prizes on offer, the E-plate and that single DD2 Grand Finals ticket. all to look forward to here this afternoon. Adam Gumbs there on the track, getting a few shots of some of the drivers' helmets, including Dean Pahal there. Time is just coming up to 12:45 local time here at Karting North East Warden Law. Great to have you with us this afternoon. If you've missed any of the action so far this weekend, don't worry, you can watch it back. Every single heat, every single super heat is available on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and the Karting UK YouTube channel, the home of all things karting in the UK. If you've not subscribed already, do click that big red button in due course. But I think we can now go down to Nicole Sutherland, who's with our winners of the tyre draw. Nicole, over to you.
With our tyre winners then, boys, tyre winners, congratulations. Maybe some ticket and some final winners later on as well. Quick question for all of you then. If you could sum up your experience of the Rotax Grand Festival in 3 words so far this weekend, what would it be?
Fast.
Fast and fast?
Fast, a couple tenths off. That's about it.
Fast and a couple tenths off.
Fast, great track and great racing.
Harris?
Fast racing and a bit slow.
I thought you were pretty quick earlier on, Harris.
No.
And Austin, 3 words to sum up your experience so far.
Fun, hard and racing.
Great to hear from our tyre winners then. Let's head over for a lunch break and then into our finals later on this afternoon.
Hello and welcome to the Paddock Show here at Karting North East Warden Law. And it's myself and it's Nicole Sutherland, and we're surrounded by football playing go-kart races. The Rotax Grand Festival Day 1 is in the books. It's been a good one, hasn't it?
Fantastic day so far. All of these drivers put on a good show. Also putting on a football match for us shortly, I reckon. Isn't that right, guys?
It's going to be Strawberry and Zip versus DHR and SPR. And RCE.
RCE are winning.
And you're not. Well, do you know what? Well, let's start by chatting to a privateer, first of all. Now, name, rank and serial number. Carter.
Yes.
Jackson.
Yes.
Good looking go-kart.
Yes.
Hasn't gone very quick today though, has it?
I have.
You have? Tell us all about it then.
Well, today I was in the first heat. I was kind of slow because I couldn't find the grip on the track. Then the second heat I was a little bit faster, but I didn't finish it. But then the third heat I was actually pretty good, but then it just blocked me off in the chicane.
Okay, so you're a privateer in Micro, Max, yes? Do you know that there is a prize? So in addition to the tickets to Grand Finals, there is a privateer prize in Micro and Mini. It's a free engine. Now, there are only 2 privateers in your class. There's you, Carter, and there's Maximin Aberhart. Who do you want to win the engine?
Me!
You can't, dear. Right, who do you want to win? Do you want Carter to win it or someone else?
Him.
Why?
I know.
Okay, good stuff, good stuff. Right then, so there we go. Nicole, who we got there with the football?
We've got Alfie Mayer, and we've just been bonding about our shared love of Liverpool Football Club.
Dear
Alfie.
me. Anyway, moving swiftly on.
No. I'm a Mo Salah fan. Alfie, who's your favourite player in the team?
Van Dijk.
Okay. Favourite teams, favourite players?
Middlesbrough.
Middles.
Good lad, good lad. Home game. What about a favourite team?
DHR.
That's not a football team, Emerson.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Football team.
I don't support one.
Okay, favourite football team?
Don't support one.
Don't support one. Favourite football team?
Man United.
Favourite football team?
Man United.
Oh, Middlesbrough.
Tottenham.
Who?
Tottenham.
Tottenham.
Don't have one.
Don't have one? Okay, there we go.
I bet you all have favourite F1 teams, though, surely.
Oh, right, here we go. Then here we go. Take it away. Favourite F1 teams?
Red Bull. Oh, Red Bull. Mercedes. McLaren. Mercedes. Ferrari next year, but Mercedes this year.
Well, you can't be a glory hunt, Eddie, and you can only have one favourite team.
I want Lewis. Mercedes. Red Bull.
Who you missed?
Me? McLaren.
There we go.
Henry?
Excellent. Favourite Formula 1 team? I don't have one at the moment. All my
Racing driver.
a favourite racing driver. You wouldn't know him. He's way too old. Way too old. Ayrton Senna. There we go. Right. Okay. Right. Let's talk. First of all, the Pharaoh brothers stand here. Pharaoh brothers stand here. This is younger brother. This is Albert, and this is older brother Arthur. How many times did you crash into each other today?
Once.
Once? I thought it was twice.
Why? No, once.
Once. Whose fault was it?
Albert's.
Whose fault was it?
A bit mine, a bit his.
A bit his. Here we go.
Oh, at least you're sharing the responsibility then. You're not.
Who's had the better day afterwards so far?
Me. It was Albert.
It was. Who do we think's had the better? Well, hang on a sec. What about somebody over here? Where are you starting? Because you're the younger brother, aren't you?
I started 5th in quali. Arthur started 7th.
Well, then already 1-0. Already 1-0.
And then first heat, he beat me.
Ooh, 1-1.
And then second heat, he beat you again. Yeah. Then third heat, he beat 2-1.
Mm-hmm. Last deciding score.
And then 3-1, he beat me again.
3-1. Okay, fair enough.
4-1 to him because he's starting ahead in the pre-final. And 5-1 for tomorrow.
Well, we haven't got tomorrow yet. There's a bit of confidence for it. We've got grand final tickets up for grabs. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, you're the only driver amongst this group that's ever been before, and you're going again this year. Who thinks they've got a chance to get a grand final ticket? Benedictus Masioka. So start off with, let's go through. How are you going to get your ticket?
Come first.
Okay.
Get on the podium mini.
Get on the podium mini, okay.
First. Right, so there's 11, most of the grid can win. It's a tiny grid. I'm starting 6th for tomorrow. I'm fastest up in 2 heats. Probably, I'm going to go for as much as I can.
Excellent. Alfie, you could have had a ticket, but almost.
Try to do the same as Le Mans.
Try to do the same at the International Trophy at Le Mans. I've got to say, Nicole, I absolutely love the enthusiasm here. Number 2, have we got our... Carter Jackson, come this way. So, hang on a second. Every driver has a commemorative T-shirt from the event. What are you going to remember about this event, do you think, most of all?
T-shirt.
The T-shirt.
Not the racing, the T-shirt.
Okay, young Mr. Fair, apart from that lovely bottle of water, what are you going to remember about this event?
Probably, hopefully winning.
Hopefully winning. Ooh, save a... Okay. Ooh,
A question for Arthur and Albert then. Your driver coach, Louis Westover, is racing this weekend after, being out of the seat for a couple of years. Have you two actually been, giving him some tips instead of the other way around this weekend?
No, not really.
No, I have. You have, Emerson? What have you told him?
Yeah, in the last heat he was quite bad in the chicane, like me. So, yeah, I just gave him a tip.
Very nice.
Right, okay. Thank you for joining us all. Back to your game of football. Jumpers for goalposts. Right then, here we go.
I nicked 6.
You what?
I got given 6.
A T-shirt? You got 6 T-shirts?
Yeah, I don't know if they're piled up in my bus.
You can't say that. You're only supposed to get 1 each. So if anyone's not missing a T-shirt, come and see Dian Pahal. How much are you going to sell them for, Dian?
50 quid maybe.
50 quid each. Okay, right.
Oh,
Here
ready,
we go. Back you go.
No.
Here we go. Hang on. Let's have a look.
Hang on.
Right.
Okay.
Here we
do
go.
I head it
No
or
pressure.
do I boot it?
Dian, get over here. Almost hit Lucy Socials. There we go. Right.
The social
Carry
media
on.
manager
Now,
out.
we're at the top paddock here at Warden Law. It's a long walk down to the lower paddock, isn't it? So let's get going. Perfect. Wait there. Where's she gone? No, this isn't right. Finally, there we are.
I'm here.
Here now, typical woman, always late. Here we go. Right.
It's you.
Says me, yeah, I've never been late. Right, down the main paddock. This is what it's all about. Karting North East, I think have done a wonderful job to sort of make us feel very welcome.
Absolutely.
We're very thankful to all the organisers. Let's go and speak to some of the drivers. I can see one of the storylines of today. What happens when your main mechanic has to go to a family function halfway through the day? Well, you call upon your dad. Now, I think Phil Lapper is there one thing. He's on the phone to Nanny Babs. Well, come this way. First of all, here we go. We'll talk. Nicole, you can speak to the driver in a minute, but first of all, having to get the hands, or you had gloves on, what was it like becoming a karting mechanic when Albie's done the best qualifying of the year, P3, And then Heat 2, though. First race on the spanners, and man nearly won.
Should have won. A bit harsh.
He only got beaten by a former Grand Final champion, though, so that's not too bad.
No, it's nerve-wracking. You know, it's tough. He's done really well, and I'm thinking if I mess up here, I've ruined his weekend. But yeah, thankfully everything stayed on tight. So
and,
yeah,
and even more thankfully, Liam's back tomorrow.
Yeah, thankfully Liam's back tomorrow. But big shout out to him. It was amazing today. So
Yeah, exactly.
bit of a sad end to the last session, but anyway, we move on tomorrow.
Move on. Take it away.
And I'll be with your dad on the tools then. Done a really good job. Going to be maybe employing him for a few more rounds later in the year or next year?
I don't know. It depends if my normal mechanics are away or not. But yeah, it wasn't bad. Nothing broke.
Nothing broke. Rate his performance out of 10 then.
7.
7 out of
Where's
10?
the last 3 points? Where are they missing? What's he lacking?
I didn't make a mistake, you did.
Fighting talk.
Yeah.
A bit slow.
Pace on the tools. Okay.
Pace
But maybe
on the
that's a bit of experience. Like,
Yeah, like a lot. My other mechanic's got a lot more experience, and Dad hasn't done it for quite a while. So, yeah.
There we go. 7 out of 10, but I'm paying for it. It's 10 out of 10. So good luck tomorrow. And Nanny Babs, right? Watching for the Costa del Sol today. It's felt like the Costa del Sol here.
Costa del Sunderland.
Costa del Sunderland. Privateer drivers, again, Samir Paul had a bad start of the day. I think in the change to get the wets on for heat number 1, I think Dad may have, maybe forgotten. Now, we didn't pop into Jack's Motorsport last night, so let's go in during track talk. Right, if we can go and find someone to shut the radio off, because YouTube don't like that. We're just waiting for the music to go off. We've got more mechanics. The mechanics now know that I get into trouble when I start making jokes about mechanics shining their tools. Oh, I've done it again. There we go. So straight away, it's right. There we go. Let's go.
Polishing the axle is what the formal term would be.
Come this way. We're eating here. We got a bearman. We got a come here. Right. Pole position at the start of the day. Jared Fox Whiteley. The starts were upon, but in that last race, right then. How can we're not allowed to say any naughty words, but that last junior Rotax race was not suboptimal, wasn't it?
Yeah, it all kicked off.
It all kicked off. However, you came through. Did you get a nose cone penalty?
I did not.
You did not. One of the few to behave themselves. Poor start. You came fighting back through. How much you don't do the British Championship regularly, so this is we saw you here as a wild card earlier this year, so you're obviously a track specialist. A one-off chance for that prize, yeah, but you're not age eligible, are you?
No.
So it's just for the glory, just for the win.
Yeah, just for bragging rights, really.
Just for bragging rights. How much confidence did it give you, knowing that you can come back through and come? I think you dropped to 8th at the start of that last race. You came back through to finish 2nd.
Yeah.
How much confidence does it give you that you can do it once you get the starts figured out?
It's good, because if we didn't have that bad start, then it sort of shows like what we could have done if we did stay in first for the first corner. So yeah.
Okay, good, well done. Now, Jack's Motorsport and the Project 1 Race Group have never sent a driver to the Grand Finals. However, sadly, Jared Fox Whiteley isn't age eligible, so it's not going to be him this year, but I think Nicole is chatting to a driver that could be the first Jack's Motorsport driver to make it to the Grand Finals.
Here we are then, Sebastian Behrman. Sebastian, we've caught up quite a lot this year. You've had some great success, Kart Masters wins, British Kart Championships wins. Do you reckon a Grand Festival win is on the cards?
Maybe, but mostly unlikely.
Why? What makes you say that?
Right now, I'm in a new category at the back of the field. Albie is very fast. So he's probably going to pass the ticket down all the way down to like Max Gilman, maybe Edward Haynes.
But if you perform the way we've seen you perform this year, you've got a good chance. Like you just said, you're new to the category. You've moved from micros to minis. How's that been? Have you been learning? What have you been learning?
I've been learning the new tyre in the wet. It's quite slippy, but mostly grippy at this track. Braking, you need to brake a lot harder and sometimes later with the tyre. Turning, you can turn a bit later with the speed, and just focusing on strength.
And the speed then, you know, you're a racer. We see some fantastic moves being done by you all the time. Are you enjoying that faster pace kart?
Yeah, it's definitely more fun getting out the Micromax and going into a faster kart, but it's also quite tricky.
Yeah. More boosts out the corners or down the straight? What's it like?
Well, both really, because out the last corner you get quite a lot of speed generating, so you can go really fast down straight.
Very fast. Henry?
So, Minimax is actually, Team UK in Minimax this year already has 6 drivers in it. 4 of them are here. So Albie Friend, Oliver Spencer, Emerson McAndrew-Uren, Finley Lyons, who's not here, Josh Griffin, who's not here, and Harry Taylor. So if that's your first 4, 5th place, the ticket gets handed down to you. So, you know, think of it like that, you know. It's always good. Do you know what I really like? You know, you've won in Micromax, but you're aware that, hey, just because I'm winning Micromax, it's like you start all over again, don't you? New kid in the class. But you've got to remember that you are a winner, and I believe you won here, didn't you?
Yeah.
There we go, there we go. Right, here's a returning driver.
Jack Steadman. Yeah. Hello, Jack. I've not seen you in a couple of years since I think we've maybe had a crash at like Clay Pigeon a couple of years ago. How have you been? What are you doing here?
Yeah, well, I've been at uni, so I've just sort of come back. Done a few races this year. We did Kart Masters, which is all right. We've come back to do this one as pretty much the last one of the year. It's tough. I'll say it's out there. The grid is proper tough, but no, it's good to be back out.
And you know, very loyal to the Rotax category. Whenever you return, jump back into senior Rotax. Thoughts on what the kart's been like today?
Kart's been all right, to be fair. Just to be honest, a lot of it's me. Like getting back in the kart, it's tough. It's hard work. Racing's really tough. It's stepped up since we were last in it, and just being out there trying to do our best, really. So it's just basically kart good, team good. We need to do a little bit more.
Archie Walker, who, you know, is in the game a lot. He does a lot of racing. Even he was struggling after one of those heats. He was tired. What's the physicality been like? You tired?
A little bit, but it's going to be all right. I think 15 minutes is going to be tough. It's proper physical. I think Warden, I'd say, is probably the most physical circuit that you come to on the calendar. PF's quite nice. Coming here is a bit different. So, yeah, 15 minutes is probably the big push, but I'm all right for now.
I remember racing here a couple of years ago and my neck was so tired. I must have looked like I was looking up at the sky.
No, neck is probably the hardest thing, but hopefully 15 minutes we can do that.
Great to hear from you, Jack. Henry in the background causing trouble. What are you up to?
I was thinking about trying to go with, we're going to go with MLC Motorsports, so we'll go with the tradesman's entrance, back door, but apparently the back door's closed, so we're going to have to go around the front here. We'll to the inner sanctum of karting northeast. But that's right, 15 minutes. Jack Steadman was saying, you know, as a final. That's going to be tough. Right, here we go. Here's Tyler Harris. Now, if ever there's a driver that needed a bit of cheering up, a bit of Paddock Show cheer, it's Tyler Richard Harris. Your day's been poo, hasn't it?
Yeah, I would use another word.
Yeah, but we're not allowed to, it's a family show. Right, so tomorrow, what are we going to do? PMA, positive mental attitude. Got to do it up there, yeah? Let's go, Tyler. Let's start off with it. Hand out there. We're going to go positive mental attitude. Go.
Positive mental attitude.
Said with vigour and gusto.
Henry,
right.
can you spell it out with your body? Give me a P.
Give me a P. That's a D. I'm dyslexic. Give me a P.
Give me an M. Give me an A.
Let's do that, right. Let's go and speak to some others. Good luck tomorrow. The only way is up.
Yeah, sure. You might want to speak to him.
Why?
Because he's just a cool guy, you know.
Okay, he's cool. Well, he's got a bin in his hand, so let's go and speak to some drivers. How about that there? Punt. Oh, we'll collar him in a minute. Let's go and see some MLC Motorsports.
New drivers in this awning this weekend.
We can have some. And we got a race winner in the awning. There goes Kuja. we can't, tell what, I'll take that beverage. We'll just put that out the way there. We'll put that out the way there because my favourite person to interview, she absolutely loves it. Donna, Pete, how are you?
I'm all right, thank you.
Not too bad. How's the day been?
Up and down.
Up and down. Well, I mean, you spoke to Tyler Harris, who won Best Please, but new recruits to the MLC team here. Yeah. Charlie, Max, and Edward Haynes.
Charlie's been for a while.
Has he?
Yeah.
Oh, he's been flying under the radar. Sorry, Charlie.
It's just that he won.
It's just he won. He won. Yeah. Look, this is a really big event in terms of, you know, the opportunity for the drivers. How have you psyched everyone up?
I just as it is.
Just say it is a proper Yorkshire. Why isn't the Grand Festival at Wanwell? Very good.
Too good, innit? Wanwell International.
Wanwell International's way too good. Right, let's go. Let's speak to some of the drivers
Max
in
Gilman,
here.
Max first, before we speak to Henry Gregory. Max, 11th birthday yesterday. Do you reckon you'll be faster now that you're 11?
Yeah.
Have you been faster today?
We've been all right. I mean, we're starting P5 tomorrow, but it's not too bad of things, but yeah.
So you actually reckon, you know, ticket could be on the cards?
Yep, definitely.
And then first weekend in MLC, is that right?
Yep.
How are you enjoying it? What pushed the move over from Thule into MLC? How are you getting on?
Yeah, it's been all right. Good team. Yeah.
Good to hear from you there, Max. We'll speak to Henry Gregory. Henry,
Greg's on next.
What are you doing here?
Just fancied a bit of Rotax, really, a bit of different change of scenery, obviously in the MLC awning, and different category, obviously, in the Rotax. And yeah, just thought try a bit of a change and see how it'll go.
Racing so far, do you think it's tough? What do you reckon?
Oh yeah, it's definitely a challenge. I think the competition is definitely a lot different to the X30 stuff. I think I find this a bit tougher, but I definitely enjoy the rough racing, really.
Elbows out kind of racing, or?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's just kind of all or nothing out there, but other than that, I think I just really enjoy the racing stuff. It's definitely a big change from X30, and I can't really fault it, really. I just love it.
Who did we speak to? Did we speak to Max?
Max Gilman, yeah,
Max
turned
Gilman,
11 yesterday.
Come back here.
Been faster since he turned 11.
Right. Right, we're going to get Charlie in a minute. Charlie, come here. Right. Charlie. Right then. This, Max, watch and listen. Happy birthday for yesterday.
Thank you.
Did you vomit live on TV today?
No.
So we've kept our side of the bargain. Right, Charlie Wilson said. That was, no, Charlie Wilson said a Dexy's Midnight Runner song. I've had Dexy's Midnight Runners on the brain. Charlie Wilson said that was a song. Right, Charlie Wolfit. Lightning McQueen, how did you get through and win that last race? Because you're the only one that weren't crashing into each other, correct?
Yeah, just luck.
Luck? No, it wasn't. Right, Lee Murray, team boss, come over here. Hang on a second. Right, okay. First things first. Pollett's just gone past there. Right, this driver just said he only won that last race due to luck. What he should have said was, I won that last race because my MLC Motorsports Cosmic Kart, powered by P1 Power, was absolutely off the chain. Is that correct?
Obviously, yeah.
Okay, so we'll try this again. Right, ready? Why did you win that last race, Charlie?
Because MLC, Cosmic and P1 Power, obviously.
Because it was?
P1.
Excellent, there we go. Right, Max, are you enjoying the new surroundings, apart from the adult beverages that we're not allowed to film?
Yes.
Good, excellent. What would it be like to go to the grand finals, do you think?
Yeah, it would be a good experience, I think. Yeah.
Good experience, think. Is this interview better than the last one? That's better. Are we going to say thanks to my mum and dad for paying for it all, for bringing me, and for hopefully cooking my dinner tonight?
Thank you, Mum and Dad, for cooking my dinner and bringing me here.
And there's one member of the MLC fraternity who's missing.
Edward Haynes.
No. Edward Haynes is here. It's the honour. We've seen Tyler. Who supplies the waft?
Jordan.
Oh, there we go. We want to say hi to Jordan in Florida.
Hi, Jordan.
It's not as warm in Florida as it is here. Is that the truth?
Yes, it is freezing.
Okay, there we go. Right, okay. Right, thank you very much, MLC Motorsports. Let's go. Right, let's go. Anyway, moving on. Right, okay, let's go. How long have we got left? We've got 11 minutes of fun. Let's go back into a race truck. That's Motorsport UK race truck. Probably shouldn't wander in there uninvited, should we? MLC, always good time. They're always having a good time.
Good vibes.
Yeah.
PMA. Positive mental
attitude. Can you two spell it out with a...
Oh, here we go.
Right.
Hold
P.
my mic.
Okay. Give us a P.
I'm dyslexic as well.
Give us an M. Give us an A. There we go. Right, you're watching this on the lunch
things I do
for
commentary and for karting.
There we go. If you're watching this on the lunch break on Sunday, in the comments, who had the better PMA, Henry or Nicole? Right, KR Sport. Let's have a little look. We'll come in here. Lots of wagons have already gone to bed. Joe Ble Right. The last race of Kai Clark, he was trying to tell you something during the race. What was he trying to tell you, and what was your response?
You don't want me to say that on the live stream.
No, okay, but we did try to say, Kai, at the time, Kai was sitting first on the grid for the superheat. By the time he'd finished gesticulating to you, he was second on the grid for the superheat. Were you aware of this fact?
Yeah, I was, yeah. He was very animated.
Welcome back to live coverage here at Warden Law for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival. Apologies for the technical issues down there on the grid. We'll be back with Nicole Sutherland shortly. Getting ready for the finals, the first of 4 here this afternoon for 15 minutes plus 1 lap. Henry Burdett, and we kick off with Micromax.
Yes, we do. This is now the crunch part of the meeting. There are 14 Micromax drivers walking out onto the grid under the watchful eye of the Orange Army here at Karting North East. Race director Dan Ashton, you can see with the orange cross on his back, instructing the drivers into their grid positions. But as we will watch things unfold from the commentary box, Nicole Sutherland is down on the grid.
Over on the grid then with Alfie Mayer. Alfie, weekend so far, how's your thoughts been and what are you expecting to happen in this final?
It's been an alright weekend. We're starting like 7th for the final, so I think we can win it.
And obviously we all know what's on the line in this race, a ticket to the grand finals. How much would it mean to you to potentially grab that?
I mean a lot, because a few weeks ago I was in Italy for the Europe, so I think we could do quite well.
Great to speak to you, Alfie. Best of luck. Let's head over to the front row of our grid, who of course, starting there behind me is Austin Oman. We've spoke quite a lot to Austin this weekend. Obviously he's already got a ticket for Sarno, but has decided to race in this championship anyway. Austin, how are you feeling ahead of this race?
Good, we've had pretty much every win this weekend, so see how it goes.
So you're not really feeling any pressure then? You're quite relaxed?
Relaxed, but we want to win.
Always want to win. Thank you, Austin. Whistle is going, so that means that the mechanics are shortly going to clear the grid, but I've got some more time to speak to some of our drivers, one of which is Luke Millwood, the #1 plate. Luke, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling very good because I'm on the inside rather than it being on the outside, and you just, into that first one, like you've seen plenty of times, you just get hung out to dry, down a couple of places and you have to regain them.
And of course, you've already got a ticket for Sarno, and you said to me yesterday you're going to try and help your teammate Lucian Smith win one. Is that still the case?
It is still the case, but like I say, if we're on the last time we swap him around, then I'll get the E plate, he gets a ticket.
And confidence then, where has that come from? Is it mostly from your championship win or just from all the achievements this year?
It's just from my history and where I've been doing good overtaking. It just gives me confidence to even better ones.
Definitely. And Luke, have you got any final words before you head off for this race?
No, I'm good.
He is good. 1 minute until the grid is going to go. I'm going to talk to Josh Hushka as well. Josh, how much would it mean to you to potentially win a ticket to the Grand Finals?
It would mean the world to me.
And we've had a bit of a running joke this year that maybe if you get to the Grand Finals, you get that painted lid. Is that still the promise from your mum and dad?
Of course.
And SPR then, this weekend, you know, you're over on the Kart Republic kart. What has Sam Pollitt said to you ahead of this race to try and get you to get that ticket?
Just get to Austin in 1-2 and push away and get as close as you can to the win.
Thank you, Josh. Time to clear the grid then. We'll head up to the box for this Micromax race.
Here we go then. Well, I'm going to take a leaf out of Luke Millwood's. Anything to say, Andrew?
No, we're good. Let's
Excellent. Austin Oman and Lucian Smith on row number 1. Luke Millwood and Josh Husker go from row number 2. Maximilian Abrahart and Arthur Farrow start from row 3. Alfie Mayer and Albert Farrow, they will start on row 4.
Dean Pahal and Benedictus Masioka start on row number 5. Sebastian Crawford and Dax Farah go from the 6th row of the grid. Harris Barber and Carter Jackson, the privateer, are on row number 7.
15 minutes. Luke Millwood and Austin Oman have already got tickets. It's simple. The first driver who isn't Luke Millwood and Austin Oman to cross the finish line, when the results are confirmed, they get the ticket to the Rotax Grand Finals in Sarno in Italy. The first driver who is a privateer across the line between Maximilian Abrahart and Carter Jackson, courtesy of Jag Rotax, they get a short Rotax engine as the prize. We saw on the lunch break the driver parade, so already who was the winner of Harris Barber down in 13th position. He has already won a free set of Mojo D2 tyres. Josh Cook, Austin Oman and Luke Millwood will represent Team UK in Micromax. In 15 minutes we will find out who the 4th and final member of the team will be. Lights are not out. We will go around again.
Few stacks and figures from the last time we saw one of these Micromax UK finals. It was here on the 30th of June for the 3rd round of the British Kart Championships. The winner of the race isn't in this class. Is here this weekend, but that was Sebastian Behrman, who's moved up to Mini Max, of course. Second in that final was Austin Oman, so that's a good
omen.
That's a good omen for Oman.
Yeah, a good omen for Oman, yes.
He, in terms of the last time these drivers raced in a final of at least this magnitude, and to be fair, this one being the Grand Festival is bigger than a national championship final. He was the highest ranked of the drivers racing here today, but Luke Millwood was not too far behind. Remember, the E-plate for Micromax in 2024 is going to be decided in this one. Henry, over to you.
They come out of Paddock Bend into the tram lines. Austin Oman leads them to the line. Lights are out. We are off and racing. Josh Hushka said on the grid to Nicole that his job was to try and get to his Sam Pollitt Racing teammate and push away. The same goes for Lucian Smith in the KR Sport team. Watch for Millwood to try and drag Smith away. Watch for Oman to try and help his teammate. Watch for the privateer driver, Maximilian Abrahart, to put the cat amongst the pigeons and steal one. And not forgetting the likes of Arthur Farrow, Alfie Mayer, Dean Pahal, who all have a shot at Sarno as well. Into Gasworks. For the first time, Austin Oman and Luke Millwood continue to lead. As things stand, Maximilian Abrahart is on the plane to Italy, but we have got a long way to go, Andrew.
Very long way to go indeed, but it's the same drivers that we saw at the front of the field 2 weeks ago for the last round of the British Kart Championships at Wilton Mill, just in a subtly different order. Maximilian Abrahart was the winner of that final in Northamptonshire, and has started this race very quickly indeed. Has caught up to the rear of Luke Millward. Into the centre S then for the second time. Eberhard down the inside, going for second place and taking in another sweet move from the number 3 seed.
Yes, at the centre S there, Eberhard. They will all know that the KR Sport duo, the Sam Pollock Racing duo, will simply try to work together and push away. Eberhard and Pharaoh, you can see there, Arthur Pharaoh in kart number 5. They and others drivers without teammates in the thing like Dian Pahal, they have to stop that from happening.
13 minutes to go in this one, end of the second lap. First notification from race control has come in, and it's a +5 second penalty for the number 42 of Albert Pharaoh. Albert Pharaoh currently 9th on the road. That is a moment that most likely, given it to the Micromax race, rules Albert Pharaoh out of a chance to go and join Team UK in Sarno, unfortunately. 12 3/4 minutes remain on lap number 3. Austin Owen is your leader by less than 0.3 of a second, just about a 1/10 of a second ahead of Maximilian Eberhard in the all-black Travis Perkins sponsored number 3. Third is Lucian Smith at the head of that small KR Sport train. And keep an eye on Arthur Pharaoh as well. Arthur Pharaoh's record on the Sunday in 2024, very good indeed. Remember back to the first round of the British Championships at PF International, he took a stunning victory from a lot further down in the grid. He likes these longer races, does the DHR number 5, and he's there in 5th place.
And just looking at your stats line there, Arthur Pharaoh was also the pre-final winner here at Warden Law in the end of June. The lead train go into St John's Bend. Now they head up towards, over the little yump, into the centre S. Lucian Smith into second place, side by side for second and third. This is the battle for the ticket on your screen now. Eberhard gets it back, going into the centre S. Pharaoh now is right there. Luke Millward is trying to protect his KR Sport teammate. Austin Oman is not allowing the field to spread out. I'm not saying that he's sandbagging, but he wants to try and help Jos Huschka by simply not driving away from the field. And here comes the number 5 kart. Millward defending, protecting. Luke Millward acting as a rear gunner for his teammate in the same way that Lucian Smith acted as a rear gunner for him to seal the British title at Wilton Mill 2 weeks ago. What goes around comes around in terms of playing the team game. Say it's not a team sport, well, in this situation it is, and everyone is fine with that. They know what's at stake.
Pharaoh down the inside, good move from Arthur Pharaoh up to 4th place. Luke Millward has done a good job there though. There's about maybe 6/10 between the top 3 and the chasing pack. So can this breakaway keep themselves ahead? Dian Pahal's moving up the order. Dian Pahal now up to 6th place. What a turnaround for Dian Pahal in 2024. I remember seeing Dian about this time last year in one of the later rounds of the British Championship in 2023. It was a difficult weekend for Dian Pahal, a completely different driver this year in 2024, side by side between Eberhard and Smith through Brian's Bend. What brilliant racing between these two. Keep themselves in the race, but it's more good moments for Austin Owen, as he's been doing pretty much through the whole weekend, Henry. He gets at the front, gets his head down, lets everybody else fight for second place. He's got a decent lead at this stage.
Yes, indeed. Team UK already have one privateer entry. Spencer Braun in senior Rotax. Can Maximilian Eberhard, amidst all the big teams, can he become the second privateer to qualify this year for the grand finals? William Ellswood enters a privateer as well. He does run with a team generally. Of course, in the grand finals, there are no teams. It is simply your country who you race for. And there are those 3 karts, in fact, those 5 karts now, because Smith has the ticket so far in second, but only by inches from Eberhard. Here comes Pharaoh as well in 4th position, and in 5th and 6th position it's Dian Pahal, Benedictus Masiokas and Jos Huschka. So Luke Millward has dropped to 8th position. Lucian Smith is on his own. Now, if Smith is going to get there, he is going to do it without the aid of any teamwork. And the drivers running in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th are fighting for one place in Italy.
It's a tough start to the weekend for Lucian Smith in race conditions. Was disqualified from the first heats. Has had to fight back. Was first and second through the second and third rounds of heats. But this is where the hard work really begins. 8.5 minutes remaining. End of lap number 7. Austin Oman in the lead of this race, but not the fastest driver on circuit. That's Arthur Farrow. Arthur Farrow in the Dan Holland Racing number 5 is coming alive here. This is very reminiscent of what we saw at the very start of the British Championship season at PF International when he flew through the order. He was down, I want to say, around 14th on the grid earlier on in that competition and came back to win the round. He's very, very good on a Sunday at keeping things calm, especially when things haven't gone his way on Saturday. Remember, back to yesterday, the first 2 races involved in 2 first lap incidents with his younger brother and other drivers. I'm liking what I'm seeing in the moment here from Arthur Farrow, Henry. He's looking up for this. The body language of him and the kart is good. Abrahart checks over the shoulder and knows he's now got to worry about that number 5.
Yes, indeed. Jos Huschka has passed Dian Bahal behind this trio. So the next kart behind these 3 on your screens now is the second Sam Pollock Racing kart of Jos Huschka. There is Josh. You can see Dian Bahal trying to push him along. They've got a small gap over Luke Millward, who in turn has Benedictus Masiokas, Albert Farrow, Alfie May, and then a big gap back to Harris Barber in 11th, Dax Farah in 12th, Sebastian Crawford and Carter Jackson rounding out the field in 14th position. Pahal needs to work with Huschka, and he needs to work with him now because we are over half distance. Less than 7 minutes remaining. The RCE number 23 of Dian Pahal needs to get his nose cone resting on the rear bumper of the number 10 kart, and they need to push together to try and close a gap that has grown to 1.8 seconds between them and the 3 drivers in front of them who are disputing the ticket.
New fastest lap of the race from Luke Millward. We did see a little bit of this in the super heats earlier, that Millward was very quick in the second half of the race. Could that be a good piece of news for Pahal and Huschka if there's a bit of pace in that number 1 kart over the next few minutes? That could be their best opportunity to work as a trio, maybe more, if Benedictus Masiokas wants to get involved and push back towards that top 4. Less than 6 minutes to go now. Here are Huschka and Pahal, 5th and 6th places on the road at the moment. Millward there in 7th place, Masiokas 8th. The younger of the 2 Pharaohs, Albert Farrow, there in 9th, and then Alfie Mayer completing the top 10, as now in the battle for 3rd place. I think this is the time for Arthur Farrow. He's got to find a way past Maximilian Abrahart, because Lucian Smith is just on that point where you just feel like he's about to break away.
Yes, Smith has... what does Smith do when he gets to Austin Oman? If he gets to Austin Oman, does he pass? Well, I think he should pass. Austin Oman will try to defend because he will try to back the field up and allow Huschka to close in. This is a tactical game of chess at over 50 miles an hour, and all the players are less than 11 years old.
Down the inside for 5th place, Bahala's got through Gasworks Bend. Next lap is going to be key for the RCE driver to see, is the pace there at this stage of the race for the number 23 to warrant leading this pack out. It's been a good few corners from Dian Pahal. The gap is nearly 2 seconds though. 0.89 is the gap between Oman and Farrow. Then another 2 seconds as down the inside goes Huschka on Millward. That's to return back up to 6th place. Masiokas in the black helmet, kart number 18, is still there. Is having a fight with Albert Farrow.
Yeah, and Farrow, they're making a move on Masiokas, even though Albert Farrow has that 5-second penalty. I believe that was probably for breaking formation before the start. Here's your battle now for not just a ticket, but for the race lead. Oman in the number 2 kart, being hunted down by Lucian Smith in the KR Sport number 7. Through Paddock Bend they go. Austin Oman checks over his shoulder. In fact, they all check over their shoulder. They now take the long run down Conrod Straight into Bryan's Bend. Just look at the speed they carry. Great camera angle there through Bryan's Bend, using all the track and a little bit more coming out of the dogleg. The top 4 separated by 0.9 of a second. Smith has caught Oman. Does Oman defend, or does Smith try and push him away? If Oman doesn't defend and works together with Lucian Smith, I think with 3.5 minutes to go, Andrew, that could be enough. Abrahart, Pharaoh, Pahal and Hushka are now praying that Austin Oman and Lucian Smith start to battle.
This is one of those curious situations at the end of a season where Lucian Smith knows very, very well that right now he doesn't need to go for the race lead. The problem for him right now, though, is Austin Oman wants that E-plate. He wants to take away one of the special plates after just missing out on the one plate 2 weeks ago, and he's going to defend, you would think, if he feels that that chance of taking the plate is seriously under threat. I don't think that's the case right now. Lucian Smith doing the right thing tactically, not fighting, not getting Austin Oman to start going defensive. As long as they can keep that gap at 0.6 of a second back to Maximilian Abrahart, the target for the KR Sport team at the start of the weekend, which was to get this young driver who's been the form driver through the last 2 rounds of the British Kart Championships, won at Kimbolton, played the rear gunner, the number 2 role to aid Luke Millward to win the British Championships off the driver immediately ahead of him who led into that final round at Wilton Mill. They're doing the job right now. 2 minutes to go. Oman leads from Smith. The crucial gap, though, for that ticket to Sarno is around 0.7 of a second.
You can see that Lucian Smith is wearing a Jax Motorsports set of race suit, showing that he started the year with the Jax Motorsport team. He moved to KR Sport halfway through the season. We saw at Kart Masters that Lucian Smith had a little bit to learn when it came to playing the tactical game and, you know, sort of with a team game and help and when to attack and when to work with your teammates. He has learned. We have seen him since that first weekend in August, where there was still work to be done. He has matured and grown, and he is sitting. He can see you got the English. This is the E-plate. That means it's the English Championship. He's an Englishman. He can see the English Championship directly in front of him. Is he going for it? No. Why? Because he wants to represent his country. He sees a bigger prize. He hasn't just dived straight in and started to attack, which would then slow him and Oman down. We've got 1 minute to go. We are seeing a young driver here in Lucian Smith maturing and growing as a person as well as a driver.
2 bits of news from race control, plus 5 second penalties, a second one of the race for Albert Farrow, and unfortunately Dax Farrow has also received one. They're both down outside the top 6 in terms of positions on the road. Maximilian Abrahart's not out of this, though. That was a very good last tour of the circuit for Maximilian Abrahart. He took a 10th out of the top 2. Doesn't sound like a lot, but if he can just get into the slipstream of the top 2, then they're going to get 2 more laps in here. They're going to go around the final corner with 20 seconds to go. They're not going to see the last lap board this time around. New fastest lap of the race from Oman, 54.66. That's good news as well, curiously, if you're Lucian Smith, because it means the pace of them as a duo, once again, better than Abrahart behind.
And it's good news for Lucian Smith because Maximilian Abrahart is having a storming last couple of laps. He did a 54.75. The top 3 are now over 2 tenths quicker than everybody else. Arthur Farrow has gone. Dian Pahal has gone. Jos Hushka has gone. Everyone else trails far behind. It's going to be a battle for the win between Austin Oman and Lucian Smith, and a battle for the ticket between Lucian Smith and Maximilian Abrahart. Arthur Farrow is doing his best, but I don't think he's close enough. Pahal, you're looking at there, and Hushka, you're looking at, with Luke Millward just behind them. It's not to be this year for Pahal or Hushka. We start the final lap, and Lucian Smith has thought his way into position. Now, Maximilian Abrahart will have to try and take it from him by driving the wheels off that privateer number 3. The all-black Richardson Chassis Engineering kart for the privateer entry, but I think Lucian Smith has done enough. And if he does get the ticket, it will be a great tribute to Toby George, the work they've done on him as a person, as a driver, since he moved across, because he has learnt how to play nice with others.
He has indeed into Gasworks for the final time in this one. Lucian Smith has played 17.5 laps of this perfectly for the game of taking that ticket. Austin Oman's going to come around the final corner. Austin Oman is going to put 2 weeks ago to bed and win the E-Plate in 2024. Lucian Smith is off to Sarno. He joins Team UK and becomes the 4th driver who will represent his home country in Micromax. A brilliantly constructed race, a brilliantly constructed weekend for Sam Pollitt Racing and Austin Oman.
And you have to say, with all the talk of teamwork beforehand, Lucian Smith, he lost his teammate in that battle. He had to work with another team. He didn't lose his cool. There, in your screen, is provisionally the 4th member of Team UK. Your heart goes out to Maximilian Abrahart. However, he is the leading privateer to finish. He gets a Rotax engine for his troubles, and as a privateer entry, that can be invaluable as well. I am sure that he is heartbroken at the moment, but he drove very, very well indeed. You can see, sadly, Maximilian Abrahart comes up 0.8 of a second short.
Wow, what a way to start the finals here at the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival. Austin Oman will go into the Rotax history books as the winner at the 3rd biggest international event of the year. He will go to the biggest party of the karting calendar. Austin Oman takes the win here at Warden Law from Lucian Smith. Maximilian Abrahart is on the podium. Arthur Farrow, strong on a Sunday again, finishes P4. Dian Pahal, P5. Great to see Dian Pahal in the top 5. It's not always been either the best of luck in finals. That's been one of the best drives of the year for Pahal. Josh Hushka, P6, ahead of the British champion Luke Millward in P7. Albert Farrow makes it 2 Farrows in the top 10 on the road. Benedictas Mesiokas fights back after a difficult day yesterday to finish in the top 10, completed by Alfie Mayer.
Sebastian Crawford, Dax Farah, Harris Barber and Carter Jackson are next. There will obviously be lots of emotions. These are the youngest members of our paddock. All I will say to Maximilian Abrahart is look at the Canadian maple leaf on the front of that crash helmet. Don't forget your mum's Canadian. That means you can go and race in the UK next year to try and get a ticket, but also you can go to race in Canada to get a ticket as well. So Maximilian, it's 2 times next year you can have a chance. Think about that. Nicole Sutherland, though, is down in the pits with our race winner, Austin Oman.
With our race winner then, Austin Oman. Austin, fantastic drive. Tell us about it.
At the start, we kept our lead. Just tried to keep it. I don't think Lucian really tried to go past me because he knew even if he came second, he would get it.
And of course, you already knew before this weekend that you will be going to Sarno, you'll be representing Team UK. How real and how exciting is it actually getting now?
Excited. Coming home from British, I was sad, but also I asked a lot of questions about the world.
And who have you got to thank for this weekend, Austin?
My mum, my dad, my sister, my nana, my papa, Sam Pollitt, and Nigel Horner, and my granddad.
Well done, Austin. Dan Parker is there and he has your E-Plate for you. Congratulations. We're also going to get Lucian Smith to come over for a quick interview since he has won a ticket. Lucian, if you come over and join me. Firstly, congratulations. What an achievement. How excited are you?
Static. It's the first time we've gone to the grand finals and hopefully we'll have a good time there.
And for all the hard work that has gotten into this to win you that ticket, who have you got to thank?
My dad, KR Sport, Toby, Luke Millward for being my wingman and all of my family.
Absolutely. And how much does it mean to you that you're going to Sarno in October?
A lot, because it's to represent your country.
Congratulations, Lucian. Let's hear a little bit about the event that Lucian will be going over to in October, and then I'll meet you back on the grid.
Well, Andrew Mather, 1 race down, 3 to go. Here are your Minimax drivers walking out onto the grid, led by the number 1 plate and the number 3 plate. Emerson McAndrew-Uren will start this one from pole position. Now, a quick recap. Nicole Sutherland, you can see at the back of your shot there, she's on her way to speak to some of the contenders. Who has already qualified? Well, the answer is Albie Friend has already got a ticket to Sarno by being the international trophy champion. Emerson McAndrew-Uren is already qualified. Harry Taylor has already qualified, and Oliver Spencer has already qualified. Josh Cook, who is also in this race, he has a Micromax ticket, but he's moved up to Minimax for this event. So basically, it's the first driver who isn't Albie Friend, Emerson McAndrew-Uren, Harry Taylor, Oliver Spencer, or Josh Cook who crosses the line. There are several other drivers in this race who have already been to the Grand Finals. Edward Haynes raced the Grand Finals last year. Jensen Chalk is the reigning Micromax Grand Finals champion as well. So in addition to the 5 drivers already on the plane to Sarno, 2 more have been before and want to get back. Everybody else is bidding for their first ticket. And as the drivers settle down, I think we can see Nicole Sutherland on the grid with our poleman, Emerson McAndrew-Uren.
Thank you, Henry. I'm with Emerson then, who has previously already gone to the Rotax Grand Finals in Bahrain. Emerson, you're returning again to Sarno this year, but you're racing in this event regardless. How come you've decided to do that, and how are you feeling?
Because it's a big event and I want to win it.
And what's the racing been like so far?
It's been tough, yeah. We've had some tough results, but we've just had to keep pushing through.
And with this track, you know, I've previously raced on it myself. I used to find it tough, it's physical. Is it the same goes with the racing? Do you find it hard?
Not really. I think it's very flowy though, and I do like the track.
So then, Emerson, as you head off from pole position, have you got any more words before this race?
I don't know.
I don't know. Thanks, Emerson. Who I want to talk to as well will already be joining Emerson over in Sarno is Oliver Spencer. Ollie had a DSQ in time qualifying, but finds himself on the 2nd row going into this final. Ollie, how are you feeling?
Confident.
Confident, why?
In the last one, if we didn't have a collision, which really wasn't my fault, we probably would have won that one. So it's good that we're at the front now, not after disqualification in quali 24th or something last, wherever we were. So yeah, it's an improvement.
And in one of the heats earlier, you really proved how much pace you have around this track. You went from 26th, I think, to 5th in the space of 10 minutes. What's actually helped you to do that?
Well, just like the team set up, probably a bit me driving as well, engine. So yeah, it's a mixture of everything really.
Great to hear from you, Ollie. Very best of luck. Behind Ollie will be Max Gilman in the MLC livery. MLC has, new team for Max. Max, 11th birthday a couple of days ago. First race since 10-11. First race with MLC. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's not too bad. Having a good weekend, really.
Good weekend, why? Pace-wise or racing-wise? What's made it so positive?
Pace rise, waist rise. Yeah, it's all right. It's not been too bad.
I can see on your gloves then, Fraser, if you zoom in, Max got a bit of bling on for this race, wearing his watch and his ring. Very best of luck to you, Max.
Thank you.
got some more time to keep heading round the grid then. We've got, I believe, Husnain Khan starting on the number 7. How are you feeling ahead of this? What have Hunter Motorsport said to you ahead of this race?
Just be smooth and just don't get your head down.
So being smooth then, is that because of the way the track is, or is it because of the racing? What do you think that advice is? Why do you think that advice has been said to you?
It's a long race, 15 minutes, so they're going to be scrapping because it's just a one-off race really, so yeah.
Do you think then it's a bit of a mind game where you kind of just have to stay out of trouble and pick off places as maybe people get into some collisions?
Yeah, definitely.
Good luck then. We've also got Harry Taylor behind Husnain. Harry, of course, as well, already has a ticket. Harry, how are you feeling?
Good.
Good, why?
Because I think I can definitely win this race.
Definitely win this race, get that E-plate maybe?
Yep.
Any more words before you head off then, Harry?
Here we go.
Here we go. Next to Harry, we have the number 151 of Clark. Hello. Hello. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good about this race. It's our first year in Mini, but I think we have a pretty good shot at a ticket, considering last race we still had a bit of issue at the start, but I think there's a good chance that we could get this ticket.
Good chance indeed. Time to clear the grid then and find out which Minimax driver is going to take that ticket.
"26 drivers, 1 ticket. Emerson McAndrew and Albie Friend will lead them from the front row with Jensen Chalk and Oliver Spencer on row 2. Edward Haynes and Max Gilman from row 3, Husnain Khan and Tom the Farmer Reed from row 4.
Harry Taylor and Sebastian Clark go from row 5. Alex Goodson is on the 6th row of the grid with Riley Murrow, who is 3rd on the podium here back in June. Max Jolly and Joshua Cook start on row 7. Luca Holmes-Ballack, expect to see him flying through the field from the 8th row of the grid, is alongside Hartlepool's Jack Collinson.
Then it is Miles Burton and Fraser Anderson, the leading privateer in this field. Sebastian Behrman and Benjamin Lawn round out your top 20. Ollie Thompson is not here. He's followed by the second of the privateers, Cody Lepatruel. And then it is the 3rd privateer, Achille Giannone, alongside Soren Gallagher. Harry Radcliffe and Amelie Davey round out your field. So in addition to the ticket, Andrew, Rotax short engine on offer for the leading privateer home. It's a straight fight between Fraser Anderson, Cody Lepatruel and Achille Giannone for that. I have to say, looking at the grid, it's going to be a fight between Jensen Chalk, Edward Haynes, Max Gilman, Husnain Khan and Tom Reed, with possibly Sebastian Clark and Luca Holmes-Ballack fighting for that last ticket. They go into the tram lines, the lights are out, we're off and racing, and a problem for Albie Friend. His engine doesn't appear to start. He's hitting something on the radiator to try and kick it into life. But Friend is plummeting down the order, and a spin in the middle of the pack for number 116. That's Husnain Khan for the home team, Hunter Motorsport. He drops the back, and it's Chalk in second behind Uren.
Well, if there's one driver who knows about mechanical misfortunes here at Warden Law, it's your race leader, Emerson McAndrew. Lost a potential podium the last time the British Kart Championships were here for a Minimax race back in June for the 3rd round of the National Championships. Oh my goodness me, Max Jolly just had a huge moment into Gasworks, but just about got it all back under control by the time they went into the apex. But for Emerson McAndrew, remember, he's already qualified. He's already on the plane to Italy. This is about securing the E-plate to add it to the number 3 plate for his efforts in the National Championship here in the UK this year. But look at Jensen Chalk there in second place, wants to make a return to the Grand Finals, wants to win the 2nd of the Grand Festival categories, and is down the inside to take the lead of the race on lap 2.
Oliver Spencer has been on a mission. He is now on the outside. Albie Friend to the inside. Friend into P2 behind his teammate. That could be significant for Albie Friend. It could be significant for Jensen Chalk, who now has a rear gunner. He has a wingman and I can't see Albie Friend now trying to battle with Jensen Chalk at this stage. It's down to Oliver Spencer and Emerson McAndrew to break the Strawberry stranglehold at the front. Friend just jinks to defend a little bit. He can't defend too much. We've seen those issues, but you know, he can defend his position, but he can't just be like white lining it all the way down the straights. He isn't, but he will not want Oliver Spence to come past. Spencer and McAndrew Uren, KR Sports and Dan Holland Racing, they now have to work together to try and move Friend out of the way so they can attack Chalk for the race lead. And the driver in 5th position, he's got a Team UK race suit on because he raced in Micromax last year at the Grand Finals. That's MLC Motorsports number 7, Edward Haynes. Haynes is also trying to fight for a ticket this year as Emerson McAndrew, the pole man, drops to 6th position.
Indeed, it's been a tough race so far for Emerson McAndrew and end of lap number 3. Jensen Chalk leads. It's a Strawberry Racing 1-2. I tell you what, Riley Murrow's on the move, up 8 places so far in this race. We said that he finished on the podium when the National Championship raced here on the 30th of June. It was a tremendous drive from Riley Murrow, and at the moment he's doing likewise again into the Senna S. On lap number 4, out wide there, was that Edward Haynes having a bit of a moment? It's all starting to break down a little bit at the front of the order. Who else is on the move? Jack Collinson is up 7 places into the top 10, as is Luca Holmes-Ballack. There is Haynes defending a little bit from Harry Taylor. Luca Holmes-Ballack's going to be on the outside now, going through the horseshoe. I think he's made a way through. He has. Brilliant stuff from Luca Holmes-Ballack. The Synergy Factory team will like that a lot. They had a 2nd place here back in the summer. That was in the hands of Finlay Lyons, who will be in the team when we go to Sarno, but isn't here this weekend. New fastest lap of the race, Hasnain Khan, 53.22.
Yes, Finlay Lyons and Joshua Griffin are the 2 members of Team UK in the Minimax class who aren't here. We're already sending the strongest Minimax contingent we've ever had to Sarno, 1 more member of the team. So already you've got Strawberry Racing, Dan Holland Racing, you've got KR Sport, you've got Synergy represented in the Minimax class at the Grand Finals. Now it's the Sam Pollitt Racing number 122 trying to chase down the Strawberry Racing number 118 of Jensen Chalk for the next ticket. Friend is 4th, McAndrew is 5th, and it's Haynes in 6th position. Holmes-Ballack is 7th, and for the home team, the Hunter Motorsport team, Collinson with the fast lap of the race, the Anglo-Latvian driver. I was in Latvia, Spencer and Friend run wide. I was in Latvia commentating on the final round of the Nordic Challenge when Jack Collinson tried to make tried to get a ticket for his country of his mum's birth, Latvia, but it didn't happen for him there. Oh, McAndrew and Spencer wheel to wheel. Somehow they get through without making the C word. And there's Emerson McAndrew again, and now tyre smoke as Edward Haynes tries to get involved. Haynes is getting desperate. He's got to get desperate because he can see Jensen Chalk and Riley Murrow up the road. This could be a head-to-head scrap between Strawberry and Sam Pollitt for the race win and the ticket. We've still got a long way to go, Andrew Mather.
Very, very long way to go. We've seen this across the course of 2024 on the UK karting, that these drivers in Minimax are something special. Every single race has been pure entertainment, from the British O-Plate at the start of the season through to here at the Grand Festival. They're leaving it all on the line at Warden Law. There's still 9 minutes of this one to go, still pretty much the length of a normal heat for them to negotiate. Luca Holmes-Ballack is looking down the inside of the 126 of Alex Goodson, who's had a really strong weekend. Max Jolly's there as well on his debut in Minimax. The talent discovered here is problems for Ratcliffe. Problems for the
Lily
127
Ratcliffe.
of Harry Radcliffe there for Sam Pollard Racing will fall outside of the top 20. Drivers in the second half of the field maybe getting a little bit desperate now, knowing they've got to move now if they're going to get into the battle for that last remaining ticket. You had a quick sign of Joshua Cook there in the 175, another of the drivers who's moved up to Minimax this weekend. Again, don't count Cook out for another plates victory. He took the O plate in Micromax at Wilton Mill at the very start of the year, and again it was from a lowly position midway through that final.
Yes, indeed. Riley Murrow has just set the fastest lap of the race, 53.11 seconds. He catches Jensen Chalk as they head through the horseshoe into Paddock Bend. Albie Friend is there in third. He will try to disrupt Riley Murrow as much as possible. Murrow knows this. Murrow looks to the inside. Murrow just mistimes it. Murrow runs a little bit wide, and now the Strawberry Racing duo are together. Oliver Spencer in third. Murrow comes back on in fifth, and Friend looks to the inside. I wasn't expecting that. Albie Friend retakes the lead, and Spencer's through to second. The battle for the ticket is now between Chalk in third and Murrow in fourth, and Friend and Spencer wheel to wheel. Friend is up over the back of Spencer and off. And Chalk's back through. Drama again. And now, as they were the top three drivers in the race, are fighting for a ticket, because Edward Haynes is up into third position halfway through the race.
Well, Albie Friend had a spectacular overtake here at Warden Law in the British Championships back in June through that very corner out of the Senna S and towards the chicane. That one just didn't quite work. And the hopes for Albie Friend of being the winner of the E-Plate to go with his British Championship seem to have gone. The driver who dominated yesterday was far clear of the rest of the pack, had a difficult superheat earlier on today and is now down in 17th place. Not over at the front though. Jensen Chalk and Riley Murrow know that there's more than just the Grand Finals ticket on offer now. The big favourite for this race is gone to win the Grand Festival, to take the Motorsport UK E-Plate to boot. Riley Murrow's looking down the inside into Gasworks. Very close between the two of them. Great defence of Jensen Chalk. Carried the speed through Gasworks, used the topology of the track to his advantage, holds the lead once again, and here comes Haynes. Here comes Edward Haynes in the number 7, wanting to get back onto the Team UK roster for Sarno, is there in third place. MLC Motorsport do not have a driver in the squad yet for Italy. They've got a really, really good chance now though, with 5 3/4 minutes to go.
And don't count out the Hunter Motorsport number 191 of Jack Collinson. You can see him there with a white nose cone on his kart. He is just in side by side going through with Harry Taylor there. Tom Reed is also involved in kart number 10. That was a bit of a domino effect there. The pictures say everything as Tom Reed now picks off Collinson, who 4 drivers going to the inside line. And in the background, someone has gone, that is Friend in the barriers. That is Albie Friend in the barriers. He's up and out of his kart. He's okay, but this Minimax final is looking like it could develop into a head-to-head scrap now between Chalk in the number 118, that green and white Strawberry Racing Tony kart, and then the orange, the black, the blue of Sam Pollard Racing's Riley Murrow. Murrow, a former British kart champion in the Bambino class, I believe. Memory serves me right. Spencer coming back. Spencer and McAndrew Uren, the drivers who've already got tickets are taking chunks out of each other, and that allows Tom Reed to capitalise. Tom Reed makes the move. He has been getting coached by Strawberry to become more aggressive and to make the move, especially in this first corner. High risk, high reward. Tom Reed has got to get past number 3, Emerson McAndrew Uren, and set off after these 4 drivers on your screen now.
4 minutes remain. Breathtaking final so far for Minimax here at the Rotax Grand Festival, and it's just getting going because Riley Morrow has caught up to the rear bumper of Jensen Chalk once again into the chicane on lap number 13. Gasworks is next. I think Morrow's a little bit too far back on this occasion to have a dive down the inside. Chalk checks over his shoulder and knows it. Doesn't need to defend at the moment. Edward Haynes is defending from Tom Reed. These are two drivers who haven't booked their places in Sarno yet. In there is Harry Taylor, Luca Holmes, Ballack, Jack Collinson's in there. Miles Burton has also arrived on the scene. Up 6 places at the moment is Miles Burton into 11th place. But at the moment, that's not enough to get the win, to get the ticket remaining here in Minimax through to complete that 13th lap. Out of the race at the moment, Ollie Thompson withdrew from the event earlier on today. Just Albie Friend, of those who started this race, is no longer circulating. 3 minutes to go. Here is the fight for 5th place. Haynes, Reed, Taylor, and you can feel, Henry, that desperation starting to set in for those outside the top 10.
Yes, indeed. There's Collinson defending from Holmes, Ballack, as they go through the Senna S's. That is for 8th and 9th positions. Haynes defending. Edward Haynes, you don't need to defend now, you have to go. Tom Reed, if you check behind you, you'll see that Tom Reed has got the same goal as you in mind. He wants to push up to the 2 leaders, but the 4 leaders, in fact, the gap to them is growing. However, Edward Haynes and Tom Reed are now 2.5 seconds off the race lead. Harry Taylor trying to work around Tom Reed, but Reed comes through the dogleg, over the curb, into St John's. Chalk and Morrow separated by 0.2 of a second. There goes Harry Taylor. We're starting, I think it's now with 2 minutes to go. It's a head-to-head fight for the ticket and the race win. And the E-plate, the Motorsport UK E-plate between these two drivers. Chalk and Morrow. Chalk begins to defend. Is that going to open the door for Spencer? And there's Morrow again having a look. This battle could bring Haynes, Taylor, Reed and Collinson back into play, but they're teetering on the edge now of elimination.
It's all or nothing now in Minimax with less than 90 seconds to go. It's not good news for Tom Reed. The latest from Race Control is that the number 10 is under investigation. There's also an investigation involving the 116 of Hasnain Khan further down the order. Fraser Anderson earlier in the race as well. Morrow checks to the inside, half in attack, half in defence. Just got to, I think the thinking for Riley Morrow right now, knowing that it's a battle against Jensen Chalk for the ticket.
Yes.
Oliver Spencer is not a part of that equation.
Yep.
But if Oliver Spencer gets ahead, that really, really limits the choices for Riley Morrow in the latter stage of this race. Chalk defends in and through Gasworks. Good driving there as out of the race is the 188. That is Cody LePaturel, the privateer. Emerson McAndrew-Uren is up to 3rd. 2 laps to go. Jensen Chalk still leads, but he's got the close attentions of Riley Morrow in 2nd place, the 3rd seed in the British Championships this year, Emerson McAndrew-Uren, and the 8th seed, another driver who's finishing the season in form in the shape of Oliver Spencer.
Yes, indeed. The privateer battle, we're not showing it, understandably. Half a second separates Fraser Anderson and Achille Giannoni. They're running in 19th and 20th positions at the moment. They're battling for a Rotax engine, courtesy of Jag Rotax. The prize, the front, though, is bigger. Chalk defends. Morrow follows him in. The clock has struck 0. McAndrew-Uren and Spencer and Taylor have caught them. So has Edward Haynes. And now the last lap board goes out. 1,200 metres for Jensen Chalk or Riley Morrow to book a place with destiny.
Here we go then, 2024 Minimax is going to give us a thriller to the end once again. The question is, who's going to be Grand Festival winner for 2024? Who's taking the E-plate? Who's joining the rest of the drivers in Team UK for 2024 in the Grand Finals? Emerson McAndrew-Uren's going around the outside. That move might have worked in June. It's not going to work in September. Jensen Chalk's just got to keep it all together. He's got to defend into Gasworks. He does. does. He calmly gets on the brakes, runs it through. No opportunity there for the others to break through into Horseshoe. Jensen Chalk is mere metres away from going back to the grand finals. Emerson McCadgy went all out of shape, out of podium contention. Jensen Chalk wins the Grand Festival, wins in Minimax, and goes to Sarno as the latest member of Team UK.
Jensen Chalk, last year, Jensen Chalk put himself in a position to win so many races on the last lap. And when it came down to the last lap, more often than not, he came out second best. We went to the grand finals. Jensen Chalk came out of the last lap best. Best in the Rotax Grand Final world. He has learnt how to hold on, how to stave off a threat, how to make the right decisions on that last lap. He's the reigning Micromax Grand Finals champion. He will now go for 2 titles in 2 years in Sarno. Welcome to Team UK for the 3rd time, Jensen Chalk.
He's been off the podium in the British Kart Championships for the entire season. It's been a tough one for Jensen Chalk, but when it mattered most for continuing his streak of representing Team UK at the final opportunity, Jensen Chalk has done it. Another classic final for Minimax. Chalk wins by a 10.5 clear of Riley Murrow, who will be disconsolate on the podium, but he just misses out on making it through to the grand finals. Oliver Spencer finishes a strong latter quarter of the season in 3rd on the podium. Harry Taylor P4, Edward Haynes, Tom Reed, Jack Collinson, Hasnain Khan, Emerson McCadgy ran a great drive from Joshua Cook as well on his first run in Minimax. They were all in the top 10.
Can I say well done to Hasnain Khan, who spun on the opening lap and came back to finish 8th. And look at that. Less than 2 seconds separating the top 9 finishers. It's not to be for Max Gilman, for Max Jolly, for Sebastian Clark or Luca Holmes-Ballock. Synergy Factory team will have 1 representative. It'll be Finley Lines at the grand finals. Sebastian Behrman, and we're not even 5 seconds separating the top 19. And if you look there, Fraser Anderson, he is under investigation, but at the moment, provisionally, he is your leading privateer home by just over 1 second. He will win Rotax engine. But as we talk about the Rotax engine prize, the biggest prize goes to Jensen Chalk. He is with Nicole Sutherland.
With our race and ticket winner then, Jensen. Jensen, how do you feel about that?
Amazing. A really good race. Got into the lead at the start and just needed to stay calm and don't let the pressure get to me.
And were you aware how close behind Riley was? You know, Riley could have potentially grabbed that ticket as well. Did you feel any pressure?
There was a couple of times where I nearly got out the toe, made a mistake, and then he got back into the race. Very good race, very close. Just had to defend for a bit on the last couple of laps.
And you've been to the grand finals multiple times now. How are you feeling that you get to return once again and go to Sarno?
Really good. It's an amazing race. Atmosphere is so good. I'm very excited for it.
And for this weekend then, Jensen, who have you got to thank?
I want to thank Strawberry, Cream Engines. I want to thank Dan. And I want to thank my dad for bringing me here.
I think Dan Parker is over there. We'll shortly give you your E-plate. Congratulations, Jensen. Let's head up then to hear a little bit more about Rotax and what it means to race Rotax.
Welcome back to Warden Law.
Welcome back to Country File. Oh, and the bees pollinating the flowers to make the honey. It's not winter just yet, but soon the blissful peace of the English countryside will be shattered by the sound of 24 junior Rotax engines. Bernard, who is the B, I decided it was Bernard, or Bernice, I don't know. I didn't get that close to check, but he or she is hiding deep in the warm bosom of an English flower.
Henry Baudet, ladies and gentlemen. He's got a man of many talents. Getting ready indeed for the Junior Max final. 2 tickets on offer here.
Yes, Junior Rotax, 2 tickets. Lewis Goff is the only driver in the field, and Bernard is obviously going to the grandstand to watch with the rest of the parents as we leave country. Oh, no, he's back. He's back, he or she, or maybe, look at that on the side. All the pollen on the side of that bee. That will make some honey just for me, like Winnie the Pooh. Yes. There are times in life, Andrew Mather, where just,
it's the simple things.
The simple things in life are, speaking of simple things, Nicole Sutherland is down waiting for the drivers to head on to the grid.
Thank you, Henry. Like he said previously, Lewis Goff, of course, is the only driver within this grid to already have a ticket. 2 up for grabs. There we have, coming towards me is Scott Marsh. Going to grab a quick word with Scott, if we can. Scott, we're going to do a little bit of a walk and talk quickly as you head off for this race. You're a driver that's done a lot within Rotax and a lot within, international karting now. How much pressure are you feeling ahead of this, or do you think you can actually deal with it quite well?
I mean, I've had a lot of experience, so I think I'll be able to deal with it better than most. But yeah, there's always a little bit of pressure to try to do well, but I just need to try to do the best as possible.
And last time you went to the grand finals, you were with DHR. This time, potentially, if you get that ticket, you'll be with Strawberry. What have Strawberry said to you ahead of this race?
Just try to get my head down and just do the best I can.
Let's watch you do that, Scott. Let's see who else I can catch up with. We have got coming towards me Lewis Goff, of course, who's already got a ticket. Lewis, we're going to have a quick chat. How are you feeling ahead of this? Confident?
Yeah, quite confident. I've already secured my ticket, so I just need to have a good race.
Pressure's off then. So do you think actually maybe you'll go for some moves that you wouldn't typically go for since you've not really got too much to lose?
No, because I think you can still get your ticket taken away even if you do have a bad race, but I just keep it calm.
Keeping it calm then, and having a respectful race then, you would say?
Yeah.
Great to hear from you, Lewis. Who else have we got in here? We've got William Archer has just walked past me there. He's got David Higgins on the tools this weekend, who is the dad of Matthew Higgins, who will also be going out to Sarno, but in the senior Rotax category. We've got coming up behind me Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, who's one of the female drivers in this grid. Isabella, we're going to have a quick chat. Feeling confident ahead of this?
I don't know.
And the junior Rotax racing, I've raced in this class before, it's really tough, would you agree?
Yeah.
But, is there anything you do specifically to kind of deal with that? How do you race a race as big as this one?
I don't get too aggressive with it. I just kind of watch it all plan out, because within the first half, it's just everyone's putting each other off, so it's just, if you kind of watch what's happening, you end up gaining places anyway, so.
Best of luck to you then, Isabella.
Thank you.
Let's keep heading down our grid. In the distance there, I can see Cole Denham. Cole Denham, I mentioned previously in this earlier on in this weekend, he's been out to the grand finals before. He was in Bahrain, but then he was in Minimax. Now he's in juniors. Cole, all right, mate.
Yeah.
How are you feeling ahead of this?
Yeah, I'm feeling quite confident because we've had quite a strong day yesterday as we went from P12 to P3, but the other ones were quite unfortunate, but I think we've got it in the bag and take home the ticket for the World Championship.
And we all know how tough the junior racing is. It's so competitive and there's a lot that goes on. What do you do specifically to keep yourself at the sharp end of the field?
You just need to stay calm. It's a long race, as you know, it's 15 minutes. You just need to stay at the front, keep focused and pick them off one by one and end up coming out on top, so yeah.
Last year then you were in Bahrain in the Minimax class. How much would it mean to you to win a ticket and go to Sarno?
Yeah, last year I was in Bahrain in Mini, I won it, but unfortunately I got a penalty. So yeah, it'd mean a lot to go to the grand finals in my first year in junior.
Anything else to add then, Cole, before you race?
No.
Let's head over and speak to Kai Veach, who had a heat win earlier on in this weekend. Kai, KL Sport driver. Kai, I'll let you sit down first. How are you feeling ahead of the final? You reckon a ticket could be in your hands by the end of it?
I think it's possible. If it goes well, yeah, I think so.
And the junior racing then, how have you found it this weekend and how do you anticipate it to be in the final?
It's been very close. I think whoever gets the best start will have the most momentum.
Good luck then, Kai. We'll head behind Kai and talk to Charlie Wolfett as well. Charlie similarly had a heat win. Charlie, MLC kart, the number 95, already got the Team UK suit on, so maybe that's a bit of a confidence boost that he can return. Feeling good, Charlie?
Yeah, just going to relax and see what happens in this one.
And do you think within kind of this race, the junior racing, it's about, you know, using your head and racing smart?
Yeah, 100%. You just got to try and go forward. It's a really hard overtaking track around here, but you just got to go forward at every opportunity and see what you can do.
And again, like I said, you've got the Team UK suit on already. You were in Bahrain last year. How much would it mean to you to return, but in juniors, to Sarno?
Like, my whole life, like, it was amazing last year. Just unfortunate of what happened in the final, but it's what it is. We move on.
And then, Charlie, any final words before this race?
Let's go.
Let's go. Noah Barham will be starting alongside Charlie, DHR driver, the number 22. Noah, how are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling really confident. I think it's going to be a big dog fight, so I think anyone in the top 10 is more than capable of winning the race today.
And you're in a big team, DHR. You've got lots of different TMs in there. Who's your TM this weekend?
TM's Darryl has been helping me a lot this weekend. Put a lot of confidence in him and hopefully go forward in the racing.
And then, you know, if you manage to get that ticket to go to Sarno later in the year, you reckon DHR will be giving you lots of support there as well?
Yeah, 100%. They're a really good team. They've done it a lot. Put all my confidence in them.
Good luck then, Noah. Time to clear the grid and find out who are going to grab those tickets in this junior race.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, very quickly we'll take you through the starting lineup and then we will tell you who does what, needs to do what in terms of get the ticket. Scott Marsh and Jacob Wood start from row number 1. Jared Fox-Whiteley and Lewis Goff start from row 2. Kai Clark and Cole Denham go from row 3. Kai Veach and Jack Thompson round out the front 4 rows of the grid.
Charlie Wolfett says relax. He goes from the 5th row of the grid, joined by Noah Barham for this one. Joe Anderson and Joshua Smith start on row 6. Both of those drivers are not eligible for the tickets. Albie Lapper and Daniel Minto are due to go off from row number 7 ahead of Alfie McBain and Stanley Clark and all Hunter Motorsport row 8.
On row number 9 sees William Archer and Addison Smith. Row 10, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and the Irish Kart GP champion Rory Armstrong, who has a ticket to represent Ireland this year at the Grand Finals. Riley Sims-Ezard and Louis Ratcliffe are on row 11 with Samir Paul and Archie Lovett on row 12. So, to recap, Lewis Goff already has qualified to represent Team UK. Rory Armstrong, last year's Minimax Grand Finals champion, has already qualified but will represent Team Ireland. 4 drivers are too old to race juniors in the Grand Finals. They are the drivers on the timing and scoring pylon, whose numbers are highlighted in red. They are Jared Fox-Whiteley, Jack Thompson, Joshua Smith and Joe Anderson. Everybody else is eligible, and by eligible I mean that they will not have their 15th birthday until 2025 at the earliest. The rules are simple for junior Rotax at the Rotax Grand Finals. If you turn 15 before or on December the 31st this year, you are not eligible. You must race in senior. That's what happened with Harry Bartle, who is our junior champion. Scott Marsh won this event. Scott Marsh won the Grand Finals 2 years ago in Portimao in his first year as a junior. He wants to end his junior career as a champion again. Jacob Woods, surprise package. He is on the outside of the front row for Sam Pollitt Racing. This is the first year that Sam Pollitt, I think, has taken drivers to the grand finals. He's got Austin Oman already, and he would love to see Jacob Woods or even, and he's got Lewis Goff as well. But we are racing here in Junior Rotax. Marsh and Woods lead them through Brian's Bend. Oh, and the back spearing off. That's the closer, Cole Denham, the driver who on the road in Minimax last year won, but was then given a penalty which allowed Rory Armstrong to take the title. He said he felt good. He's not going to be feeling that good now. 2 tickets available, and it is up into P2. That is Kai Clark behind Scott Marsh.
Good start for Kai Clark. Remember, all drivers in this race are eligible for the Motorsport UK E-plate as well. So for those 6 drivers who aren't thinking about grand final tickets in this one, there's still something to play for. Joshua Smith is on the move in the number 15 for Jax Motorsport. Jax Motorsport have not got a driver through to the final squad of Team UK's grand finalists so far. End of lap number 1. Marsh leads, Clark second, Fox Whiteley third. Kai Beach has had a decent start up to 4th. Charlie Wolfit's had a good start for MLC, up 4 places to 5th. Won the 3rd and final heat here yesterday. Not good starts, Lewis Goff and Jacob Woods. Jacob Woods, who has gone to international races in the past to represent his country, not in Rotax. I think he's going to have to wait a little bit longer to go to the biggest party in world karting. He's down in 14th place. Lewis Goff also fell down the order. Looks like his E-plate hopes are pretty long odds after the end of lap 1.
Yeah, you talk about Jax Motorsport. Both their drivers in this race are too old to go to Sarno, so they are just fighting for the E-plate title. A title, the E-plate, which was very close to the heart of and the East Anglia plate, a race that is held at Kimbolton every year, that was very close to the heart of the late Gerard Cox, who, to give it its full name, it's now Jax Motorsport Project 1 Racing Group. And that is a KR Sport kart on the outside of Kai Beach, losing ground. So we got Jax Motorsport are going to have to wait for Jamie Perilli in senior Rotax. He's the last roll of the dice for Jax to go to the grand finals. But I tell you what, Jared Fox Whiteley isn't out of contention for the Motorsport UK E-plate, because he's up into 3rd. There's Kai Beach you're looking at now, who is running in 4th. 5-second penalty for Joshua Smith. Smith there just behind the number 16 kart of Joe Anderson. Joe Anderson is on the track now, so I can say that I stole 2 of his Haribo Fantastics during the lunch break, because the lentils just weren't quite the spot. Here we go, and there's the number 22 kart, the Anglo-American driver, Noah Barham. Noah's mum from the United States. Georgia is where she's from. I won't call her the Georgia Peach, because Noah Barham's dad might punch me. Oh dear.
11 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Scott Marsh looking good. He's a second clear of the rest of the field. This is his last opportunity to go back to the grand finals, the place where he won 2 years ago, of course. He's had a very busy season. Last weekend he was racing in the World Championships at PF International, was 7th in the OK Junior final. Just a little bit short this year. Perhaps the Tony Kart package not the one to be on in that series, but here it's been performing this weekend in the hands of Strawberry Racing. Noah Barham, new fastest lap of the race, 50.93. Noah Barham's just got to be patient, I feel, in this race. Again, this race is all about keeping yourself in play until the last couple of minutes. It's been frantic. It's been ferocious so far this weekend in Junior Max, and there's no reason to believe it's going to be any different across the course of the next 10.5 minutes. End of the 4th into the 5th lap. Marsh still clear of Clark by 1.16 seconds.
Yes, this is a champion-like drive at the moment from Scott Marsh. You're looking at the number 95, MLC Motorsports Charlie Wolfit, and the number 22, Dan Hollands Racing's Noah Barham. Now, Barham passes Wolfett. That is for 4th place on the road. Up at the front, Scott Marsh, 1.2 seconds in front of Kai Clark, who has Jared Fox-Whiteley right behind him. Now, this is where the communication between a driver and their mechanic comes into play. We've talked a lot about Kai Clark's communication with mechanic Joe Bleakley this weekend. This is where, because Kai Clark has a ticket at the moment. Jared Fox-Whiteley is right behind him, but isn't eligible for a ticket. So, Kai Clark needs to know, and his mechanic will, and his team will be communicating this to him, that the driver behind, and they'll through signals, not through the radio, but that the driver behind is not a threat for the ticket. And that is the important thing. Now you're looking at Thompson in the 65, and Anderson in the 16, and Smith in the 15 kart, and that's Albie Lapper now moving up. Albie Lapper, even Nanny Bamber said, "Calm down, Albie," and he is, and he's moving forward. But we're looking at the battle on track for 6th position. Make that 7th. No, it is 6th position because Noah Barham is now ahead of Charlie Wolfett. As things stand, with still over half this race to go, Marsh and Clark will join Team UK.
It will indeed. So still a long way in this one to go. We're nearing the halfway point. New fastest driver on circuit, Stanley Clark, 50.62. So good pace once again from one of the Hunter Motorsport runners. Side by side between Joshua Smith and Albie Lapper. Good racing space left between the two of them there as they entered into the chicane. The number 61 of William Archer is also on the scene. This is all around 7th, 8th, 9th places through the horseshoe once again. Rory Armstrong we saw a few moments ago making progress. The Irish ticket winner is up 6 places in this race to P14. Can he do something to get back into the top 10? Still feel this one is pretty open for the podium as the battle for 2nd place on the road, Kai Clark, Jared Fox-Whiteley, both of these drivers racing with a good level of maturity at the moment. Henry, I think they know that the likelihood of them catching Scott Marsh at the moment looks a bit long. That's not a massive surprise. Scott Marsh entered this weekend the heavy favourite for this race, but a podium position in the E-Plate race with the benefit of the 2 tickets on offer, which were a late awarding of those 2 tickets. The news from since 2 weeks ago where we saw the culmination of the British Championships. They're racing well. They're holding that gap to Barham.
There's a move. That's Hunter Motorsport, number 28. Daniel Minto, who went to the Grand Finals as a Micromax driver back in 2022, passing the Sam Pollitt Racing number 61 of William Archer. That is a little bit further back down. That is for 9th position behind Albie Lapper. Kai Clark, Jared Fox-Whiteley will try to get past Kai Clark because he wants to try and win this race. Kai Clark doesn't need to win this race. There is Lewis Goff fighting his way back up the order after an earlier misdemeanor. Kai Beach is there behind them. So you've got the 2.
It's Minto.
We got 2. Is it 2 Sam Pollitt cars? Oh dear, that is a Hunter Motorsport car. I know that much for certain. Of Daniel Minto. Getting a little bit feisty with Joshua Smith, and here comes Albie Lapper now around Brian's Bend, trying to move past Joshua Smith, who has a 5-second penalty, and not sure if Albie was listening to Nanny Bahams, but he moves past Joshua Smith up into 7th position.
Apologies, William Archer, who got us again, the SBR and Hunter Motorsport.
Well, that's what I was getting confused about. I was getting very confused.
So William Archer working with his teammate at the moment, Lewis Goff, looking on course to get back in the top 10, but that's not what he's come here to Warden Law to achieve here this weekend. Finished 5th in the British Championship with it. Oh, as out is Archie Lovett. No. And Rory Armstrong as well involved in that. Archie Lovett has
had a weekend to forget.
I think it's a season to forget, whether it's been on the British scene or the international scene. Archie Lovett, you'll have seen there in his Forza racing suit. He was racing with them last weekend at PF International. Not a good result for Lovett here at Karting North East. Just over 5 minutes of this one to go. Scott Marsh looking comfortable. Here is a battle between the two Hunter Motorsports drivers.
Yep.
That is Minto past Thompson for 6th place.
And that's smart, yeah, because Thompson's not eligible for a ticket. And you could see saying, go, go, go. You know, he knows that his teammate, he'll try and help his teammate as much as possible. And I know Jack Thompson, I was speaking to his family, he said he's had a rough season, you know, so they want to try and end it on a high note. Even though they're not eligible for the ticket, sometimes that's really important for a driver. Just end your major national level season on a high note. Albie Lapper closing in. But these are two of the hometown team, Hunter Motorsport from Horton Spring. Just up the road, of course, the Hunter family owning this facility, renovating, reinvigorating, reimagining this facility into what is now the jewel of the North. Albie Lapper closing in. So what does Jared Fox Whiteley do? Because now Kai Clark needs to start thinking, because Noah Barham there in kart 22, he is Kai Clark's nearest rival for the second ticket. Jared Fox Whiteley hasn't attacked Kai Clark yet, because for a Jack's Motorsport driver, for Jared Fox Whiteley rather, as a wild card in this, a driver that doesn't compete in the British Championship, hey, a podium at the Grand Festival, that is a result. You know, he's happy with that, because he's showing, look, I may not have the budget to do the British Championship, the Motorsport UK British Championship, but I've got the talent to do it, and I've got the team around me to do it as well. And Barham now passes Fox Whiteley. Now Kai Clark and Noah Barham will join, and this is where Kai Clark needs to keep his cool. What has he learned since yesterday? Since this morning, when he was still highly animated? He's desperate for this ticket, but desperation doesn't put you on the plane. Composure and calmness puts you on the plane to Italy.
And look over the shoulder there, did Kai Clark, to assess the situation. It's about 4/10 the gap back to Noah Barham. This is now a straight shootout to see who's going to be joining Team UK with this second ticket on offer. There's a plus 5 second penalty for Addison Smith. Addison Smith down in 16th place at the moment on the road, so that's not going to affect things at the very front here. Cole Denham, we saw in trouble earlier, has fought his way back up to 11th place. A brilliant drive from Cole Denham. New fastest lap of the race, plus 5 second penalty for Albie Lapper. Out is Charlie Wolfitz. Charlie Wolfitz, Motorsport UK E-Plate race ends on lap 14 into 15. He will not rejoin Team UK for 2024. Who will join Team UK for 2024? Is it going to be Kai Clark or Noah Barham? Noah Barham is pushing for second place now in this race. Kai Clark has got to make that number 77 KR Sport machine as wide as possible now for the remaining 2 minutes if he's going to hold on to this second place.
And you can see by the way that Kai positioned his kart through the centre S's, his mind is now squarely focused on defence. He will defend the final 90 seconds plus 1 lap. Can he defend this circuit? We spoke to Charlie Wolfett on the grid, sadly now out of the race, but he said, okay, at this track overtaking is tricky, so you've got to send it at every single opportunity. It's not like a PF International where overtaking opportunities at almost every corner. You've got to try and create the opportunities, and Kai Clark is going to have to defend Noah Barham. This is for the big prize, the Motorsport UK E-Plate, the English title. Looks like it will go the way of Scott Marsh, and the first of 2 tickets also going the way of the 2022 Junior Rotax Grand Final champion. But this battle we're looking at here, forget the third kart, not for in terms of the race, but in terms of the ticket. It's a head-to-head between the 77 and the 22 for the final Junior Rotax place on Team UK. They go through the horseshoe. What does Jared Fox Whiteley do? Because he understands he doesn't want to. He wants to try and get on the podium, but he doesn't want to be a factor in the fight for the tickets.
And Noah Barham knows if he's going to find a way through, it's got to be whistle clean. It can't be rough. It can't be risky. He cannot afford at this stage to attract the attention of the officials. A little bit of dust kicked up there by Noah Barham. Kai Clark is remaining calm at the wheel. None of the arm waving that we saw earlier. This has been a really, really good drive for Kai Clark. He's had such a difficult season through the British Championships. This has already been his best job so far, and that's a brilliant piece of work by Kai Clark, because it's allowed Jared Fox-Whiteley to get in between himself and his closest rival for that remaining ticket on the plane to Sarno. Jared Fox-Whiteley, is he going to look down the inside? No, he's just going to stay there right now. Time is up. Scott Marsh has seen the final lap board. He is 5 seconds clear. Kai Clark is 1.2 kilometres away from joining him in Team UK. Jared Fox-Whiteley is now fighting for his spot on the podium. It's looking good. Barham! That's going to be it. Barham's gone. Lapper is still there, but has a plus 5 second penalty. Kai Clark, you can do it. He's going to go to the grand finals.
Yes, indeed. A long way in front of this battle, more than 5 seconds in front of this battle. Scott Marsh can consider it job done, but over the last 2 days, Andrew Mather, we have watched Kai Clark go through the range of emotions. Scott Marsh takes the checkered flag. Your 2022 champion is going back to the grand finals, and we wait to see Kai Clark cross the line. Clark has the second ticket, and I tell you what, now is the time. The season began with Kai losing his great-grandfather at Piep International at the start of the season, and I know his great-grandfather would be very, very, very proud of Kai's achievements. He started his season in the worst way possible. He will end his season putting the Union flag across his heart. Kai Clark.
Wow, 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 wow. What a way. And that's great to see the drivers congratulating Kai Clark, because they know how tough a 2024 it has been for Kai Clark and the whole Clark family. But it ends on British shores on a high, second place in the final, and Kai Clark will head to Sarno as part of Team UK. Scott Marsh takes the E-plate, another accolade on the CV of Scott Marsh. His win for Strawberry Racing by 5.33 seconds gives him the other ticket to Sarno. He will return to the Grand Finals looking to become Junior Grand Finals champion again, as he did in 2022. Kai Clark in second place. Jared Fox-Whiteley, the wild card, on the podium here for the E-plate race in third. Was fastest in timed qualifying earlier on this weekend, and a difficult day yesterday. That is a real proper turnaround from Jared Fox-Whiteley and the Jacks Motorsport team. They thoroughly deserve that spot on the podium. Albie Lapper P4, but unfortunately has a 5 second penalty, so will drop down. What a drive from Cole Denham. He was off on lap 1. He finishes in the top 5 on the road and will inherit that 4th place once the penalties have been applied. Lewis Goff as well was off in the early stages, back up to P6. The top 10 completed by Kai Veach, William Archer, Jack Thompson, Joe Anderson. Joshua Smith P11 ahead of Daniel Minto, Jacob Woods, Stanley Clark and Alfie McBain. Isabella Stansmore Wilson P16 ahead of Louis Radcliffe, Riley Simmons Ezard, Samir Paul and Addison Smith in the top 20. Only one retirement in the Junior Max final, which after some racing that we don't like seeing, Henry, is a much better piece of news. But for now, though, let's head down to Nicole Sutherland, who's in Parc Ferme.
There he is then, your winner, Scott Marsh. Scott, another ticket to the Grand Finals. How are you feeling?
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, I can't believe it, but yeah, it's a good race. Yeah, very happy.
And thoughts about going back out to that race then in October? You know, you've been before, like we've spoke about. How are you feeling about going to Sarno?
Yeah, feeling really good. I've driven the track a couple of times before and I was normally quite fast, so yeah, I'm feeling confident.
And for this weekend then, and that win and the ticket, who have you got to say thank you to?
I'd like to thank the whole of Strawberry Racing, my parents bringing me out here, and my brother for giving me some tips along the way.
Congratulations, Scott. Let's see if we can go and speak to Kai Clark then as well, who has also just bagged himself a ticket. Kai, if we can get you to come over. Firstly, congratulations. You'll be going out to Italy at the end of October. How do you feel?
Good, just tried to keep it together in the race and pulled it away in second.
Was it a tough race? You know, the battle's going on. Can you tell me a little bit about
that? We got away at the start and then had to defend for the last couple of laps and got it.
And for that ticket and for that race, who have you got to say thank you to?
Joey, my mechanic, my dad, all my supporters, like my family, yeah, and KR Sport.
Congratulations, Kai. Let's head up then to hear more about the event Kai and Scott have just won tickets to.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
Here we go then. Senior Rotax final ahead of this race. They are slowly making their way up the grid, but something maybe to note that I've just noticed out of the corner of my eye is that Kai Hunter, who is supposed to be in this race, supposed to be racing, is actually just walked past me in the other direction. He's not got his race kit on, he's not got his helmet, so I don't think that he's going to be joining us for this race. Maybe that's a tactical choice, give some more opportunity to the other drivers, or maybe it's to do with the rules around the tickets. Very interesting, but maybe a little bit expected. Shame to see, since this is his home track and one of the fastest drivers to ever race around here. But yeah, let's see how the other drivers get on, and maybe just giving some of the others a bit more room, bit more of a chance. Let's see who we've got there here. We have got Ewan Charman and the kart of Louis Westover. Here he comes, International Louis.
Yeah, hello.
We call him International Louis because his name is Louis and he's got lots of air miles. Yeah. Louis, do you reckon you're going to be adding to your air miles by the end of this weekend and booking a flight to Sarno?
Well, it'd be nice to get a ticket, but I've come in here with no expectations really. I've not raced in England for 3 years, so just to be up at the front is quite nice. But yeah, no expectations, just send it really.
And like you just said, you've not been racing in the UK for quite a few years, but you've just proved that you can be at the sharp end of the field regardless. Do you reckon this is a little bit of a spark and you're going to be doing a bit more karting in the UK in the future?
We'll see how this final goes.
Good luck then, Louis. And also, just quickly, he's walked off, but I think his dad has surprised him and come over from Spain for the day just to watch him race. See if we can catch up with Guy Cunnington, starting on the front row. Guy just catching up with his mechanic ahead of this. Guy, feeling good?
Yeah, I feel good, yeah.
Feel good, why?
Well, second, so it's not too bad a place to start, and yeah, we'll put a fight up.
Okay, and the racing so far, you know, it's been what we always see from seniors, and having raced in senior, it's full on. Are you expecting pretty much more of the same in the final?
Yeah, I think it will be. Obviously, it's another one of them races like we've had before with the GP and that. So, yeah, it's all to play for. It's all gonna get interesting at the front. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Okay, thoughts as well. I have seen Kai Hunter walking in that direction about a minute ago, so I'm only assuming he's not in this race. I can't see him either. Thoughts on that?
I think it's the right decision, purely because obviously there's always going to be a speculation to if he's helping out teammates like what happened in the pre-final. So yeah, I think it's the right decision from him. So it's he doesn't need to do the race. He doesn't need to do any more laps there, and he's got his ticket. So he's good of him to leave us to fight it out. And yeah, you got to respect that decision.
So actually then some quite good sportsmanship to kind of stay away from it and just let the race kind of plan out the way it plans out.
Yeah, he's played his part, which I think any team player would do. He's put his teammate on pole and gave him the best chance. And now, if Ewan wins it, it's a legit win because he's not had a teammate to help him. He's gave him the best chance he can, and now it's all down to Ewan. So he's played a good team role. He's not going to get involved in the final result. So yeah, fair play to him.
Absolutely. Thanks, Guy, and good luck.
Thank you.
Let's keep heading down then. I want to catch up with Archie Walker once again. Spoke to him yesterday after a heat win. Archie, feeling good?
I'm feeling amazing. Can't wait.
And you were a bit tired yesterday after one of the heats. Have you feeling as tired? You caught up on some sleep, or?
Yeah, had loads of sleep last night. Feeling like an athlete now.
Oh, only today? You're only feeling like an athlete today?
Yeah, it takes me a couple of days to get into it.
Why is that?
Oh, I don't know.
Just like, you know, is it a bit of a rhythm thing sometimes? You just find yourself, you're not an athlete on some days, and on others you are?
I had a big Sunday roast last weekend, so I put on the pounds maybe. I've had to put some padding in the seat today. Lost a bit of weight overnight.
Done some running?
Yeah.
Great to speak to you, Archie. We've also got Lizzie Mentier starting alongside Brandon Klein and Nagelvort. Lizzie, this is her first senior race within the UK, the number 50, the Alpine driver. Lizzie, first senior final in the UK, but you've done a few out in Europe, you know, in the Rotax Euro Series. Have you found any difference maybe in the UK racing?
It's definitely a lot more technical, and the tracks are very different.
And ahead of this then, feeling confident? I know this is a very strong track for you. You feeling good?
Yeah, very. Just that ticket's going to be in Nissan soon, so I'm going to get on with it.
Fight and talk. Let's see you get on with it, Lizzie. Best of luck. Time to clear the grid then and head off for the last race of today.
Here we go then, last race of the weekend. It is the Senior Max Motorsport UK 2024 E-Plate Final, and it starts with Ewan Charman just on his own on the front row of the grid. Kai Hunter does not take the start. On row 2, Guy Cunnington, the former British champion, goes alongside the returning Louis Westover. Row 3, Archie Walker, the athlete, is alongside Brandon Klein Nagelvort for that one. Row 4, Lizzie Mentier and Deacon Russell.
Yes, and saw Kai Hunter, again, a wise decision, I think, from Kai. Jamie Perilli and Austin Lee round out your top 10, ahead of William Antrobus and Harry Bartle, then Joshua Graham and Jack Lilly. Row number 8, Alex Duncan and Daniel Armstrong.
Last 4 rows of the grid, Jack Stedman and Henry Gregory, Jack Collins and Rachel Robertson completes the top 20 on the 10th row of the grid. Benjamin Southgate is immediately behind his Pro-Train teammate on row 11, next to Tyler Harris. Oakley Pryor and Jack Gillingham form out the 12th row of the grid. I think we've also got non-starts from Harry Bartle. I think that's a similar situation for Kai Hunter, which I'll let you go over in a second, Henry. Oakley Pryor also does not take the start.
Yeah, so speaking to Kai Hunter, obviously we've just seen Albie Friend, have a big accident.
Bit of a bump.
A bit of a bump. He's okay. The driver's thinking they don't need to do this race. The competitiveness in the senior Rotax field is world-renowned. So why should they risk injuring themselves or risk an issue that could rule them out of a place? Looking down, at there. So, and again, what Guy Cunnington said to Nicole Sutherland, I think, is very smart as well. It's a sporting thing to do. There's Ewan Charman, Kai's teammate. He's there on his own. If he's going to do it, he's going to do it on merit. Louis International, Louis Westover. What a return from retirement that would be. Archie Walker, Lizzie Mentier, Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort. Let's not count out the Anglo-Dutchman from this one either. For the final time in the Grand Festival, we go into the tram lines, the lights are out, and we're off and racing. Nagelvoort is sideways, Cunnington is on the grass. Nagelvoort just got it locked up into turn number 1, and Guy Cunnington was shoved to the outside. He goes off onto the grass, gets back on. He's not out of this one yet, but it has given Ewan Charman the advantage, and the returning Louis Westover is in P2. Ooh, the number 8 kart. That's the KR Sport number 8 of Joshua Graham getting involved as well. The rest of the field, it's apart from that incident. Where is Guy Cunnington? There he is, down in about 19th position. Disaster for the 2019 British champion, the 2019 Senior Rotax Grand Final runner-up.
Absolute disaster for Guy Cunnington. Remember, it's a DD2 ticket that these drivers are racing for alongside the Motorsport UK E-Plate for 2024. Ewan Charman leads by 2/3 of a second over Louis Westover. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort, his teammate in the Dan Holland Racing awning, there in 3rd. 7 drivers have already qualified from this senior Rotax field of British drivers for Team UK. Their names: Callum Bradshaw, Matthew Higgins, Macaulay Bishop, Ethan Jeff Hall, the new world champion, Spencer Braum, Kai Hunter and Harry Bartle. Who is going to join them? That's a nice move from Joshua Graham. Needs to refine that form that he had in Scotland at Lark Hall, the 2nd round of the British Championship, which he won in the finals. Got a good amount of time to do so as well. That's the end of lap 2. 13.25 minutes remaining.
Yes, William Ellswood from Somerset. And there's William Antrobus. Going over the back of Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort. Another expensive lesson for Antrobus on his graduation to seniors. William Ellswood is the only Team UK representative in DD2 at the moment. Ellswood, who was cruelly denied an opportunity to race in 2019 when he arrived in Sarno for the Grand Finals, to be told he's too old to race in juniors. He is going back there. Who will join him in the DD2 rank, the 2-speed ultimate class of Rotax racing? We're looking at the moment. Louis Westover has to gain 0.3 of a second to catch the race leader, Ewan Charman. Charman has been to the Grand Finals before. Deacon Russell, this is the last roll of the dice for Jack's Motorsport this year to get a driver to the Grand Final. Deacon Russell in the number 21 kart is up into P4. Austin Lee, who has been to the Grand Finals to represent Germany, Anglo-German family. Austin Lee, born in Portland, Oregon. He's going to be trying to get back to the Grand Finals as well. And Russell now getting passed by Antrobus and by Graham. Charman, meanwhile, extends advantage to 0.5 a second.
This is good. This is really, really good from Ewan Charman. So he said he was a thorn in the side of many of the championship contenders 2 weeks ago at Wilton Mill. The likes of Bradshaw, the likes of Macaulay Bishop and Kai Hunter, who are all taking their tickets to Sarno for the end of the British Championships this weekend. This is his chance to join them in, of course, the DD2 class, not the senior category, but nonetheless, it's such an honour to race for Team UK, for any of the nation teams at the Rotax Grand Finals. And Ewan Charman, that move that he made midway through the season, this is what it was all about. This is a battle between Graham and Antrobus for 5th place. Another lovely move from Joshua Graham down the inside of the runner-up in the Junior Rotax British Championship, who finished P1 on the road when we were last here at Warden Law, but lost that round victory in the British Championships because of a post-race penalty. Guy Cunnington making progress, Henry, up to P14, has just got past his teammate. Well, it's that strange relationship that he has, because he's not only driver and teammate, but he's a team manager to Rachel Robertson as well.
Yes. One driver that we haven't mentioned yet that I think deserves a mention, Tyler Harris for MLC Motorsports. He is gained 12 places from 22nd to 10th. And as I said earlier, he just wants to finish what has been a horrible season for him on a high note. And this will be good if he can hang on and just, you know, he knew that he was not really in contention for a ticket. That dream had gone. So when I spoke to him last night, I said, just look, control what you can control, you know, and that is your ability to not get involved in accidents, to just drive how you know you could drive. Tyler Harris is a race winner in the Motorsport UK British Championship, several times in junior TKM. As we look at a move, there is the number 72 of Austin Lee, now passing Brandon Klein-Nagelvort to go into P3. But it's the Hunter Motorsport kart of Ewan Charman. There he is, still leading, but only by 4/10 now from Louis Westover, and Jamie Perilli going through the screen there. He has gained a bunch of places. He is now running in 10th. Deacon Russell's going the other way, but we've still got 9 minutes to go. Austin Lee is on the move as well.
I tell you, this is what can happen sometimes on a Sunday for something like a plate race.
Yes.
You look at the results from Austin Lee yesterday. To be fair, there wasn't anything too exceptional.
No.
His best result was a P9 in the second heat. But if he's tactically thought, you know what, just hold back a bit. You know you're going to get through to the final with the 24 runners here this weekend. As Graham's down the inside of Klein-Nagelvort. Brandon Klein-Nagelvort's out wide there, and William Antrobus has slipped through into 5th place. But you sometimes see it, a driver just holds it back, retains the materials, retains the performance for the big push in the final on Sunday. It's a risky strategy, but if you can make it work, it can come with big rewards.
But do you know what else? And this might sound stupid, but I don't think it is. Who won the senior Rotax tyre raffle? Austin Lee. So you think, do you know what? Today might be my lucky day. And you think, yeah, I've had bad luck yesterday, but I'm having good luck today. And sometimes that mindset permeates into a drive. It gets into driving. Yeah, do you know what? Today's my lucky day. And you think, okay, I'm going to go for it. Not that he doesn't go for it anyway, but you just think, yeah, this could be it. I've had bad luck. What goes around comes around. Maybe, just maybe. And I tell you what, William Antrobus is doing extremely well as well. There goes the number 10 kart of Jack Lilly up a position as well. New Strawberry Racing signing from the Sam Pollitt Racing team. Sam Pollitt Racing's chances in this class are with this year's Motorsport UK Junior Rotax Vice Champion William Antrobus. And there's Austin Lee, new fastest lap from Austin Lee. And he's closing in and passing Louis Westover for second position. Ewan Charman's lead is still just half a second as we pass the halfway mark of this senior Rotax final.
I'll tell you what, if Austin Lee continues this progress, Ewan Charman's going to be checking over his shoulder and thinking, where have you come from in this final across the course of the story of this weekend? This is a remarkable drive from Austin Lee. 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Ewan Charman's lead is 1.16 seconds. If he's going to make the advantage pay, I think it's a good time to push now, just to try and get that gap up to 2 seconds. This next few laps won't decide where the title of the E-Plate goes for 2024, but it could be a big part of the story. Else out there, Guy Cunnington is continuing the recovery drive, has got past Alex Duncan for 11th place. Daniel Armstrong has also gained a spot past Jack Chillingham for 19th. Unfortunately, there's bad news for Henry Gregory. It's been a tough day for Henry Gregory. Yes. He is out of this race. Was a retirement some 7 laps ago. That's a move by Archie Walker. Archie Walker down the inside of Brandon Klein-Nagelvort for 7th place, Lizzie, and that's Mentier. A problem for Lizzie Mentier. Was recovering from something that had happened there. She'd fallen down to 14th place.
Well, you've got to look at the way things are. You've got, and Sam Pollitt's going to break my legs for this, but up to the end of last season, it was always the big three. It was KR Sport, it was Dan Holland Racing, it was Strawberry Racing. Yeah. Obviously, you had Sam Pollitt, you had Jax, you had other teams that have just joined that top tier now British karting. They're all chasing one of the new kids on the block. Hunter Motorsport. This is the end of their 3rd season in existence. Yes, it's their home track, but yes, they've got Kai Hunter now has come into the family fold. This is really significant for Hunter Motorsport. Gustav Usakov isn't here. He's got a broken wrist. Hopefully he'll be okay for the grand finals where he will represent Latvia. But this is, you know, it's not a Hunter racing at the front of the field. It's the Hunter Motorsport name, but it's Ewan Charman. And Ewan Charman is showing a clean pair of heels to all the big guns.
And it's not out of the blue. 2 weeks ago, Ewan Charman was on the podium at Wilton Mill for the culmination of the British Championships. He had good speed at Kimbolton the round before as well. Not much luck. He was finished a little bit further down in the final on that Sunday. That was a nice move. That was Antrobus going through past Westover for fourth place. Westover now having to deal with Jack Lilly, and he just caught some of the detritus through the chicane. So suffering a bit perhaps on those tyres in the number 26. 4 minutes of this one to go. We said about those laps, they weren't going to decide where the title goes, but what Ewan Charman has been able to do, in my opinion, Henry, is stem the tide.
Yep.
He's kept that lead ahead of Austin Lee at a second. They're both in similar pace, a 49.75 for Charman last time around, a 49.67. Tyler Harris has seen the black flag, or is being shown the black flag, the number 84, so that puts an end to Tyler Harris's race, who had, after that bright start, had gone back down to 19th place. I wonder, was that is in a similar kind of part of the circuit to, or the battle to Lizzie Mentier? We saw that Lizzie Mentier was out of the race.
They were battling for 13th position.
Yeah.
There is Tyler Harris. I do hope that Tyler, you know, and his dad Simon, who's really, really supportive. I think Simon's here this week. I just hope that they sort of go away and like just remember that they do love this. Tyler does love this sport, and that, you know, yeah, there is work for driver to do, but also just sometimes these things happen, and you know, he gets himself in a better headspace. And, you know, he raced out in the UAE where he's based. Let's, you know, go out and start a new season with a fresh mindset. Now, Archie Walker, the athlete, as he moves the inside of Louis International, Westover. That kart tells me, the way that kart is performing tells me, and I hate the second guess teams, but there may have been a call on tyre pressures that has not worked out as intended, because not only is Westover going in the wrong direction, we've also had Nagelvoort, who was third earlier. He's now down to 10th, and Lizzie Mentier, she was already falling back from her top 10 starting position before her incident. Even the best don't always get it spot on.
Especially at this time of year as well, when the conditions are changeable. And, you know, start of the weekend with foggy conditions, a little bit of drizzle. It's kept drizzling a little bit across the course of the day. But, yeah, it's not looking like it's going to be Louis Westover's day. It's not looking like he's going to be taking that DD2 ticket into the Rotax Grand Finals for this year. Just over 90 seconds remaining in this race then. Who is going to take the 2024 Senior Rotax E-Plate? Who is going to be on the plane to Sarno? Ewan Charman is being caught gradually. The gap is down to about half a second. Austin Lee is kicking again. 49.53 last time around for the driver in second place. 49.69 as Jamie Perilli down the inside. Lovely stuff there from Perilli past his teammate Deacon Russell for 8th place.
Indeed. Now, let's have a look at the gaps. 0.47 of a second between first and second. 0.6 of a second between second and third. And 0.7 of a second between third and fourth. One of these was Lee, Graham and Antrobus need to produce a little bit of magic now. And Ewan Charman, the Charmander, just needs to keep his cool. He lost his wingman before this race, but they think they want to go out, they want to do it on merit without, you know, let's not play the team game. And, yes, Kai Hunter, Reese Hunter, Matty Hunter, the rest of the Hunter Motorsport team, they're watching just outside the final corner. Eyes fixated on a driver that started the year at the Birrell Art Racing Perfection team and moved across, not because he didn't like the Birrell, simply because he needed more teammates around him that were competitive so they can work together, get data off. The clock has struck 0. This is the final lap. Austin Lee. The last lap board, sorry.
Across the line with 2 seconds to go.
Yeah, the last lap board did go out briefly on the main gantry. It's now not there anymore. So excuse me for that. Austin Lee, born in Portland, Oregon, USA. Lived for a long time in Germany. Now racing in the UK. This is the time for Austin Lee to shine. Ewan Charman is going to now see the final lap board is not out there. Bit of confusion there. This must be the final lap.
It is the final lap for Ewan Charman. He's had some really good pace in the latter stage of this race, but Austin Lee is dug again. He's found another top gear to drive into. Is there going to be an opportunity into the centre S? Charman covers it off. Has got to keep it calm through the second part of the centre S. The exit is crucial here. Austin Lee's going to try and get in underneath. Not able to do so. Through the chicane for the final time. Gasworks has got to be the big opportunity for Austin Lee, but he's going to have to go around the outside, side by side, and Ewan Charman has held ahead of Austin Lee. He can smell victory. He can smell that DD2 ticket. Oh, Austin Lee side by side has gone through. Ewan Charman protests and over the line. It's Austin Lee. Ewan Charman is furious at what's happened there, but it's Joshua Graham has got ahead of him. Joshua Graham has got second place. So if there is going to be a change, if there's something happening in the provisional result and afterwards, it wouldn't be Ewan Charman who would pick up the win. It would be Joshua Graham. Austin Lee stands with his hands on his hips.
I think he probably knows that this result will remain extremely provisional. Into the last corner, Ewan Charman had led every inch of the race, and there is no wild celebration from Austin Lee. Ewan Charman, I think, sensibly just walks in a different direction. This is the man who now stands to capitalise should there be any issue. Let's call it on the track, though. Austin Lee is currently the Motorsport UK Senior Rotax E-plate holder and will join Team UK in the Grand Finals. Let's have a look. We'll call it on the track, but everybody will know that there will be eyes and cameras looking at that. Let's have a look at the replay of the last corner, Andrew Mather.
Well, 7 days ago, there was controversy on a British racetrack on the last corner. Ewan Charman had the inside. That is the crucial moment for me. We'll see what is looked at over there. Austin Lee gets ahead of Ewan Charman.
But look, this is where, while Ewan Charman is complaining, just Joshua Graham nips ahead by 9 thousandths of a second. 9 thousandths of a second. Joshua Graham passes Ewan Charman for second. At the moment, Austin Lee is going to the Grand Finals. At the moment, Austin Lee is the E-plate holder. Here's your provisional result, ladies and gentlemen.
There you go. Austin Lee takes it by 0.1 of a second ahead of Joshua Graham. Ewan Charman is on the podium in third. William Antrobus, what a great drive from William Antrobus in that final. 4th place on his first run in senior Rotax. Jack Lilly 5th on his Strawberry Racing debut. Archie Walker, Jamie Perilli, Louis Westover, Deacon Russell and Guy Cunnington all in the top 10. What a shame for Guy Cunnington.
Yep.
He would have loved to have been a part of that battle at the very front, but lost his opportunity on that first lap. Brandon Klein Nagelvoort P11, Alex Duncan P12, Rachel Robertson, Jack Collins and Jack Stedman all in the top 15. Benjamin Southgate, Daniel Armstrong, Jack Gillingham and Lizzie Mentia all finishers in the top 25. Retirements or non-starters in that race. Tyler Harris and Henry Gregory had to pull out midway through that one. 3 non-starters: Kai Hunter, Harry Bartle and Oakley Pryor.
Well, Nicole Sutherland has been doing a fantastic job. And can I just say, as we close out the British national karting season, how what a great addition to the team Nicole
Absolutely.
Sutherland has been. And, you know, from making her debut in the commentary box at the Grand Finals last year, you know, Andrew, you know how hard this job is to come in, to break into this area of the job, and Nicole Sutherland has done a fantastic job. And I think we're going to see how much Nicole has learned in this next set of interviews, because managing testosterone-filled, angry, ecstatic, upset drivers is a skill that only the best pit reporters have got. And down to Nicole Sutherland for the final time today.
Austin Lee, congratulations. 4th ticket for you to the Grand Finals. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Like, I started 9th and I come here to win and I've won, so nothing can go better than that.
You know, and it was looking towards the later stages that one of your competitors maybe had it, but you had some serious pace in the last couple of laps. Can you tell me about that pace and about how you managed to do it?
Yeah, I had unreal pace the whole week, just a tricky qualifying, but I've managed my tyres well and I've just ripped it in the final and won it.
And so as for the Grand Finals, what are you expecting? You know, DD2 ticket, so slightly different to the Senior Rotax. How are you thinking? What are you thinking about that?
It's obviously going to be a new challenge with the DD2, but I'm ready for it.
Congratulations, Austin. And have you got anybody in particular to say thank you to?
Just Strawberry, everybody, my mechanic Dan, just unreal.
Congratulations. Well, I think we wanted to try and catch up with Joshua Graham, but he seems to have disappeared. So that is kind of all we've got time for today. What a fantastic event. The Rotax Grand Festival, absolutely fantastic. Congratulations to all of our winners who have won tickets to Sarno in late October. Rotax, absolutely fantastic job this weekend. What an event. What a competition. You know, the driving at this circuit as well. What a place for it to be hosted. As a competitor, you know, I've raced here. I can see Henry running towards me if I look distracted. I've raced here previously. I know how full on, how technical and how spectacular it can be. Henry, hello. Andrew, hello.
Can I just say...
Good weekend?
Can I just say, I just beat Andrew Mather in a running race. There we go. Yes, a good weekend. I think it shows just how much this event means to the drivers, the Grand Festival, how much the Grand Finals reach the drivers. I think that Motorsport UK, Jag Rotax, and the rest of the organisers have done a fantastic job. I need to have a quick breather a second.
Should we go to Andrew?
I'm out of breath as well, and I think the racing has taken our breath away this afternoon. 4 fantastic finals, loads of stories up and down the grid, as has been the case in the British Championships in Rotax classes across the whole year. I can't be at Rotax finals, but I'll definitely be watching along the way. It's going to be a fantastic Grand Finals in Sarno.
Absolutely. Thank you to Rotax, Jag Rotax, Mojo, Alpha Live, Motorsport UK. What an event, what a weekend, what a championship. I'm Nicole Sutherland, this is Henry Baudet and Andrew Mather. We'll see you next time.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again.
Maybe you're here to collect the moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Where you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.